rock en español. Obviously, there's a lot of different genres within it, but there's, and look, correct me if I'm wrong. For me, like this style of it is like chilango rock en español. You know what I mean? There's some, it's heavy on the city life and the city influence. Um, Similar to corridos, there's a lot about criminality. Uh, One of my favorite songs from this genre is, what's it called? Like un poeta sin. Ooh, the whole song? Un poeta de. A ver, let's see if I can find it. Un poeta de ningún lugar. A poet of nowhere. All right. And it's literally a love song dedicated to a prostitute. That's what it is. And it's such a beautiful song. Dylan has one that reminds me of this track as well. Simple Twist of Fate, I think it is. Anywho, I just love like the vocals, very raspy. I really, really appreciate this genre in it. It's kind of like it has a bit of a negative stereotype with um the people who not just listened to it but created it are kind of dismissed as, like kind of like city dwellers, or like the scummy areas of the city, which I mean, I don't know, I just love this genre so much. And this version is a modern duo. The lead singer of El Tri, what's his name, Alex Ruelas or something like that. El Tri is like the Mexico's fundamental rock band. Um, Whatever the criticism of them, they used to be called Three Souls in a Mind. Very kind of hippy dippy psychedelic stuff early on, and then as the genre changed, a little bit more like, obviously not heavy rock, but more of what we understand to be traditional rock and roll sounds. And this duet is with El Aragón y Compañía, um, which again I love his voice. Alex, his voice is solid, but the lead singer of Aragon, which I don't know um, his name, I just adore. But this song is essentially about a kid committing his first robbery and thinking that he's about to get away with it. And as he's crossing the street to essentially, victory, um, the security guard, the cop there, shoots him in the back. And he gets a medal for it, he gets rewarded for it. And the song is lamenting his death and the way that society pushed him into that situation. Highlighting his youth, highlighting his potential necessity, while at the same time saying we don't know why he did it, but we know that if his death could have been avoided, hell, I would have given him the money myself, right? The one big criticism I have of the song is at one point he says, the cop didn't kill him. It was society. It was needs. It was pressure, social pressure. It was all these things, but the cop didn't kill him. And he's trying to say like it was more than the bullet in his back that took him out. Which that's a fair thing to say, that it's more than, but to say that the cop didn't kill him, the security guard, what have you, ridiculous. Even if your intent is something different, to criticize the larger society, which you can do both, but to just remove accountability from the pig that took the shot in this great song with that big asterisk, on it. But I really enjoyed this duo. I don't know. Two big legendary figures in Mexican rock, to be specific, because every country has like a different vibe to it. To be honest, I can attest, I can admit and be big enough to say, the music that comes out of Argentina in terms of rock and roll is like top tier shit. But again, it kind of makes sense with the the heavier European influences. Um, Los Cadillacs are somebody that fuck. I always struggle to start speaking at the beginning of these streams. Los Fabulosos Cadillacs. It took me a long time to really enjoy their music. Very heavy, political awareness. Not as much of like Panteon Rococo, which is like they're both technically like ska bands. Um, but anywho, it took me a while to get into them, but I'm weird in the sense of like I want to understand why people like certain stuff. Like I do. I'm not a big Star Wars fan, and I remember diving into the lore, not watching videos on it, just trying to understand like what is captivating about this, so I can at least understand it. Um, and so with Los Fabulosos Cadillacs, I was like, dude, this is like a fundamental band in the ska scene and rock en español in general. What is it? And I remember listening to them like on repeat, listening, and I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't like it. I remember asking like older people around me, hey, like what song of theirs should I listen to? And they would all give me different suggestions. And I was just like, I kept listening to it. Not enjoying it. And I kind of just gave up on them. And then randomly, like probably like a year or two passed, and I listened to them. And I was like, holy shit, I get it. Like they're so fucking good. And his solo stuff is pretty good too. Anywho, how are we doing, y'all? ¿Cómo estamos? I hope you're doing well. I appreciate y'all listening to me, rant a little bit about music at the start. I don't understand how people, especially those of us on the, so-called left, some people like just don't like music. I don't understand that at all. I don't get it. Same things with like just all types of art forms, movies. Man, it's always astonishing to me how some of the biggest so-called political streamers just lack any type of like media literacy outside of politics, and even then in the political realm it's like so limited, and that's why we make fun of them or call out their hypocrisy. Anywho, I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining me. Redmond Berry, if you don't enjoy Star Wars episodes 4 through 6, 1977 through 1983, reviewing the lore won't help. They're entertainment, they work for you or they don't. It's not that I don't enjoy them, like they're cool. I just wasn't like fascinated by them. Like I remember going to watch Star Wars episode 1, episode 2, like in the movie theater. There's actually a funny story. The people that we went with, right, because I was a kid, there was kids around my age that went, and I was able to watch all of it, and I was like, yeah, that's cool, whatever. The pod race is awesome, at that age. And then, but the other kids around my age knocked out during the movie, understandably so. There's a lot of talking, there's a lot of dialogue, not a lot of action, or at least not enough to keep a child entertained for the most part. There were a few years younger, like 2-3 years younger than me, 4 maybe. And obviously the movie ends, we wake them up, whatever, and we're walking out, and they're like so excited. And they're like playing, like if they have lightsabers. Obviously couldn't afford that. But they're playing like, and they're like play fighting, Jedi masters fighting, dueling, whatever. And it was the funniest thing ever. Like we were all laughing because it's like you guys were asleep the entire movie. What are you like? What is this? Like, how are you? Your dreams were probably more honestly entertaining than the movie itself, at least for a child. So whatever the sounds you were hearing while you were sleeping, or however that influenced your dreams, I'm sure George Lucas would have been jealous of. But that shit just made me laugh. And this is Redmond from the Twitch chat. That's fine. I was a bigger Coppola Scorsese fan than a Lucas Spielberg fan back then. Godfather 1 and 2 and Casino are more my taste. Yeah, I mean, but I love those. Casino is not my favorite Scorsese movie. Gangs of New York is, even though I rewatched Goodfellas even more. And I just recently watched Mean Street for the first time. I had never seen it before. I loved it so much, especially getting to see De Niro in that um in that I don't know like how to say it, but like so young. To see him so young was so I don't know, like so heartwarming. And I love this, obviously the Criterion cover. I love so much. Look how gorgeous that is. Ah.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
Thank
problem?
you so much for the super chat. Cuba, a ver. Been waiting for today's stream to say about one of your other streams where you talked about what changed you and the reading plus lived experience together, radicalizing is so real. Keep on going. Appreciate it so much. Yeah, you know, I talk about not trying to get too personal with stuff, but when you ask that question, it has to be personal, right? I'm first generation. It has to be personal. I didn't process or understand it when I was younger, but you know, going over to Mexico for summers, going over to see family members there struggling, um, knowing that it's less than a 2-hour drive, definitely going there on the way back, it's different, but still the wait is longer, but the drive, you know, super close by. And normalizing that to some extent. And then later growing up and reading and understanding why things are the way that they are. And just feeling so fortunate and grateful. And at the start, you're like, oh, thank God I'm, you know, in America, this and that. And so you know, that first generation, very patriotic, very grateful. I'm gonna make the most out of these opportunities, all the sacrifice that my families did, this, all this stuff. And the guilt, right? Of like, I can't fuck up. I can't fuck up. And we continue reading, you know, outside, you know, books outside of the curriculum of what you're being indoctrinated with. And I loved history, so I think it was bound to happen. And then really connecting the dots and seeing it for what it is. And understanding why your family members are struggling the way that they are. And that doesn't rid them of agency. Never that, that's disrespectful. But understanding the material conditions and then the uphill battle and the struggle that they were facing, especially those that remain in Mexico. How doesn't that change you? How doesn't it radicalize you? How doesn't it fill you with rage? And that's one thing that I want to emphasize is I'm getting more and more comfortable with the idea that, look, and I'll say this, FD kind of like warned me like, hey, like, just be aware that if all you're doing is hating on people, you're going to attract a certain audience. Right? And I get that. And even though I try to stick to my atheist kind of beliefs of not believing in superstition and on the supernatural and all these like unknown energies and stuff like that, I still don't want to be spreading negativity. But I'm confident now in saying I want anyone watching these streams, anyone watching my videos, to hate these counterinsurgent propagandists the way that I do. You should hate Sam Cedar for, through the genocide of Palestinians, still being unwilling to call himself an anti-Zionist, still saying that the Zionist entity should not disappear. You should hate Emma Vigeland for crying on stream because the genocide of Palestinians has chemically altered her brain while she was seeing a Zionist therapist. Right? You should hate Hassan Piker for making millions off a struggle that he's never been a part of, never been an organizer. He's white. He's a cis man who was born rich. He was wealthy his entire life. And he's profiting off of misleading people, literally using theory to support the Democratic Party, smearing the Green Party, refusing to platform the PSL. Those are not vanguard parties. They're not. But they're a whole lot better than the Democratic Party. And if you claim to be on the left and you're advocating for the Democratic Party in one way or another, hell, you're voting for Holocaust Harris in California. And of course, now we know And shout out to Socialism for All. I saw that he posted, on his story, or a YouTube short, I should say, of Hassan Piker admitting that he worked for Homeland Security alongside Cicada. And of course he did. Of course, all that shit makes sense. But I do want you to hate these people, because what they're doing is not something that we should dismiss, or this isn't petty online drama. It's not that at all. It's not that at all. The reason why I say you should hate them is because they have blood in their hands. These are not just people streaming and having a good time. I have more respect for the drama streamers than I have for these political, commentators, because they're aiding and abetting the genocidal Democratic Party. They are maintaining the status quo. They are misleading people. So we have to view them as enemies of the struggle, enemies of the working class, enemies of the colonized proletariat. We have to, because that's what they are, and that's the role that they're playing. They're trying to mislead us. How are they not our enemies? That's my question. And I'm not here doing some fucking annoying ass bad empanada way of always making shit like personal. I don't think there's a need for that, although I'm petty enough to where I want to. I can admit to it. But literally, all we have to do is go over their own words, their limited analysis, and highlight how much hypocrites they are, how they're absolute frauds, how they normalize atrocities. Genocide is not a red line for them. So I think that I agree with the concern that FD provided of like, hey, you just don't want to create a toxic environment. I respect that, and I understand it, and I agree with it. However, I think that what we're doing here is a little bit different. And there are moments where sometimes the chat gets a little too messy. We pull back. What happened with the last stream? I don't remember. I think Alan, or it was some boring ass name of the multiracial Asian Puerto Rican. I forgot what his who he was or what he was. But we were going over his video about the H Mart situation and the Asian girl, the Asian woman. Somebody in the chat, hey, I think you misunderstood what he was saying. And I was like, oh shit. And I wanted to apologize, but at the same time, there was enough vagueness within what he was saying and within what the rest of the chat. Elliot, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. That I was like, well, I want to apologize, but I really can't until like that gets clarified. But if I did fuck up, my bad. That is on me. One simple way to avoid people misunderstanding you is being as clear as possible. That's but that's a side rant. Mean Streets. I recommend you watch it if you haven't. It's very slow, which I love. It's not as violent. It's not as action packed as other Scorsese movies. His mobster gangster movies. But I just love seeing De Niro in that role again. Like, we're so used to, or at least I was, because of my age, seeing De Niro be, the leading man that like everyone in the film kind of looks up to or fears or this and that, and seeing him like a goofball. And there's a scene when he's first introduced that he looks just like Jeremy Allen White, or Jeremy Allen White looks just like him, and I was like, whoa, that's kind of creepy. But it was nice seeing him a little bit skinnier too, a little bit more like still filling out, that was great to see. Beautiful shots, always Scorsese. One thing I will say, and chat, you have to let me know what you think about this, and then we'll get moving. That is Redman. That has to be up there with one of the best double features. Redman in the Twitch chat says, when I was 17 or 18, I saw a double bill of Mean Streets and Taxi Driver. Talk about getting your mind blown by movies. That is, yeah. And yeah, I hope you saw Mean Streets first, because that's a great build-up. Anywho, All right, let me know what you think about this. Scorsese, for the most part, has never really done or written for or kind of directed. I don't know how to word it, but you never really see black characters play a major role or be developed. If you can't do it, if you're not capable of truly representing groups outside of your own, don't do it because you're going to fuck it up, right? You should hopefully like broaden your circle so that you have people that can help you out if you're gonna do so. But if you're not, just don't touch it. Going back to Mean Streets and having seen a bunch of other Scorsese's work, the one thing I will say, and I saw a bit of his documentary about his parents. The documentary is awesome. Here's what I'll say: I appreciate the fact that Scorsese, clearly not able to represent black people on film, does a great job, a great and necessary job of highlighting the anti-black racism within the Italian and Italian American community towards black people, obviously. That I think is great. I think that is great because, again, it's highlighting like the reality of that community's racism, of their problem, of their issue. The Sopranos kind of did the same thing when it's been a while since I've seen The Sopranos, but when the daughter brings home a black young man, but at the same time, like, I think he was like supposed to be meant to be racially ambiguous as well. And Tony was like fucking one drop rule all the way. But in Mean Streets, and I don't like spoiling movies even when they're old, seeing one of the characters struggle because there's anti-black racism, in various parts of the film, but to see one of the main characters struggle with his idea of being attracted to another black character, and being so consumed by the anti-black racism within the Italian community that he can't pursue that interest, even though it was purely carnal. I was like, damn, like, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that because you could have played nice. You could have just made, you didn't have to even talk about it. But he included that, and I think that that's if you're incapable or unable to, for whatever reason, to represent people outside of your community, at the very least, you should do your best to be honest about how they are perceived by the people within your community, instead of trying to whitewash that shit away or not talk about it. And so going back to Mean Streets and seeing, a bunch of Scorsese films that came after it, and seeing how that's represented, and seeing how the characters are fucking anti-black and racist, I think that's valuable. Mean Streets is kind of low-key darker than Taxi Driver. I can see that. But also, there's a lot of moments in Mean Streets where I'm like, kind of laughing because I'm like, this character is so fucking annoying, unbelievably annoying. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing. Like, when I watch older movies, I tell people right off the bat, if they're gonna watch it with me, hey, I understand if you might get bored. I understand that the pacing might be different. I appreciate it because I'm just an old man. I'm like, please take your time showing me these shots, especially like the cities, how they change so drastically. Like, let's take our time. There's a scene where, like, these characters are driving down the street, and also there's I don't know, there were a couple themselves, but there was gay men featured in this, obviously, done so a little bit of caricature way, but also they had been drinking, so people are getting a little bit louder, a little bit more animated. So I don't think it was done too much like mocking or painting a caricature. I think it was done some people, you have two different gay men, both been drinking. One's acting a little bit more flamboyant, over the top than the other. And again, I think that's an honest portrayal of like, some people get, regardless who they are, some people get loud when they drink. Others stay more quiet. Others know how to control themselves. Others can't handle it. So man, I'm really, really happy with this movie. Like, just really enjoyed it. Because I was, you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna like it, and but I was so happy with it, so happy with it. And it's definitely one of those movies where I'm like, oh, I can't wait to rewatch again. But you got to give yourself some time. But I can't express enough how much I adore this fucking cover. The colors are just perfect. Captures the film so accurately. You have the Jesus Christ here again. There's some shots of this that, like, when you look at Godfather Part 2 and Robert De Niro's like walking through the streets, and there's these again, an Italian Catholic celebration, and you see a little bit of that here. And it's like, damn, it's funny how, because of the Catholic Church and colonization, how there's a lot of uncomfortable parallels with the Italian community and the so-called like Latino or brown community. Let me see what the chat's saying about this. Let's see if I'm off the mark, which I'm cool with. My problem is I can't stop compartmentalizing because those people are not talking to me. Okay. Lynn Sachs, in terms of, oh yeah, okay, yes, sorry, yes, the fucking Wonder Bread tube, yeah. And then Elliot is Dominican, mixed Chinese white background. Okay. So depending on who the parent is, he might either have some of the like the most peak like dinners. Or some of the most disappointing ones. I don't know. Depending on who the parent is, he might have some great home cooked meals, or just like his name, some unseasoned disappointment. Yes, I've seen Sinners. Mm. Yeah, I have no interest in Killers of the Flower Moon, because that's totally different. That's a totally different thing, because the indigenous Native American characters aren't side, should not have been. I haven't seen it, but should not be side characters. Let's see here. It's often intentional and doesn't. I whitewashed it, but doesn't mean they could write black side characters that weren't stereotypes. Yeah, if you think of is it Goodfellas with Samuel L. Jackson falling asleep and not moving the truck. Ace, I haven't seen it, but from what I've heard, I agree with you there. John P, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't know who Paul Schrader is. Let me see this. What has he done? I'm not great with names, especially of screenwriters. I'm not gonna lie. I've been meaning to watch First Reformed. I love anything with Ethan Hawke. I'm not gonna lie. Taxi Driver. The Card Counter, I don't like movies based on card. I've never cared for them. Even like 21. with that creep pedo fucking what's his name from House of Cards? Shoot, what's his name? He was in a very touching movie called Pay It Forward. Um, wow. Oh shit. Oh, so he's been alongside Scorsese, huh? Oh, that's awesome. Interesting. And this guy, what's his name? Joe Edgerton. Underrated. Well, I wouldn't say underrated. I think that might be disrespectful. Surprised he's not. Doesn't carry more weight. Let's put it that way. Because to me, he's like if Jason Statham could act in terms of his look. Yeah, but I don't really like card games, card movies. Excuse me. I don't know why. I can never get into it. All right. Why am I not interested in Andor? I love the first season. I mean, the joke when I was first gonna speak to Dr. Ball was that we were just gonna talk about Kevin Spacey. Yes, thank you so much. It's hard to recommend Kevin Spacey after what he's done, but if you haven't seen it, just because I mean, still right, still the best child actor. How do you say his name? Holly? No, just kidding. Haley Joel Osment? Is that how you say his name? Wow. I'm not gonna lie to you, I love the way that he aged. He just looks like not my neighbor, but somebody's neighbor. I just really like he just looks, I don't know, just like a normal dude. If you haven't seen him in it's an indie movie and he's absolutely amazing in it. What's it called though? I remember seeing it. They have one of the funniest like racist towards Latino jokes that just had me like crying. What is the name of this movie, man? It might not even be in the lineup. That's so hilarious. He was great in Blink Twice. He was a great kind of like just a piece of shit. God, let me find this real quick. Sorry, it's an indie movie. Because I'm gonna have to type something in to find it, and it might not be good. And one of the guys from Sassy Pants. That's so funny. I'm telling you, just sometimes I'll take a risk on a movie and just watch it. Sassy Pants. I'm not saying it's a good movie. There's some good moments in it. Oh, this guy from the Drew Carey show, right? He does some voice acting as well. Yeah, the Drew Carey show. Yeah, he plays Batman. That's what I remember him as. Great voice. Oh, and then Skylar plays great in this movie. I feel so bad for her and all the backlash that she got for doing her fucking job and being an outstanding actress. But yeah, Sassy Pants, he plays just a great fucking lovable character in that. And I hadn't seen him in so long from his child roles that I just randomly grabbed this movie. I'm telling you, I'll give it a shot. I saw the cast. I'm like, this is old too. 2012. I saw it a long ass time ago. And I don't know how he got in touch with this role. I don't know how, but he just delivers a great performance in that. Very, at first comes off very much like a caricature. And then just delivers these very heartfelt moments that you're like, oh shit, okay. All right. All right, let's focus up here. Yes, he does. He's got a friendly, normal face. Yeah, right? Like just like a chill dude that you see in the bus or whatever. Oh, does he? He has a fun part in What We Do in the Shadows. Like, I'm assuming the series, not the movie. What is Somali Manifest Destiny? uh, is that her? Ozymandias? Who's? Oh, the episode. I was like, who the fuck is that? That's hilarious. I heard somebody say that Breaking Bad is a little overrated, and that's one where I'm like, no, stop doing this hipster shit. It's a great series. El Camino wasn't necessary. I didn't think until I watched it, and I'm like, that's true. Like Jesse should have, his story should have been told. Um, but yeah, it's one of those things where like you should be pushing on people and introducing them to. That's what I forgot. I forgot to turn on. Okay, forgot to connect the AC. All right. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. I appreciate y'all humoring me. I really do. I think the last stream, like the Friday stream, was a lot of fun, and I was able to relax a little bit more than normal. But let me do two things. Let me connect this AC because it's eventually gonna get hot. Just give me 1 second. All right. Yeah, no. It's not about not wanting to watch it because there's a lot of fucked up shit in that. But it's about not liking it. I'm just kind of like, you cannot like it, but saying it's overrated is it's just a lie. Uh, yeah, Brian. I'm assuming you're saying Brian Crass or who's BCS? It's hard to connect normally over film, but I'm always surprised how much people love it because a lot of us do not consume it at nearly the same rate. Really? Oh, sorry, with filmmakers or sorry, plastics. I'm a little confused, but I don't know. Like, I've always enjoyed movies. Oh, Better Call Saul. Look. I was just talking about this with some coworkers. I think Better Call Saul is a better show than Breaking Bad. But the ending of Breaking Bad is so much better than Better Call Saul. I understand it, but uh, I would really dislike the ending of Better Call Saul. Like I was so fucking pissed. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I do not like that shit. I don't like that shit. I can't stand that. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but all right. We'll just leave. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. I don't, man, and it pisses me off more because like I understand why they did it, and it just makes me disagree even more. Again, I understand why they did it. All right, let's get let's get into it, y'all. Uh, yeah, we'll start here. All right, so we're gonna go back a little bit. Actually, not really. Not yet, at least. Jesus Christ, bro. Let's see, chat. Let's do this. So, from Politico, Brad Lander set to challenge Representative Dan Goldman from the left. Whoa. From the left. All right, let's check out what they say here. Brooklyn progressive Brad Lander is planning to launch his bid for Congress as soon as Wednesday. Challenging Representative. sorry. If the news breaks, oh man, if the news breaks that Mamdani just endorsed him today full on, it'd be a good day. All right. Brooklyn progressive Brad Lander is planning to launch his bid for Jesus Christ. From the top. From the top. All right. From Politico, Brad Lander set to challenge Representative Dan Goldman from the left. From the left, y'all. All right. Brooklyn progressive Brad Lander is planning to launch his bid for Congress as soon as Wednesday, challenging Rep. Dan Goldman from the political left in a district that went big for Zohran Mamdani, 3 people familiar with his preparations told Politico. The way that they're already characterizing this, using the word left, is meant to fool people into thinking that he's actually part of the left. He's not. Again, at this point, and whatever criticisms of DSA aside, at this point, if you're not endorsed by the DSA, you shouldn't have left. Forget progressive. You shouldn't have left anywhere near you. Again, that's not to say that the DSA is actually part of the left, but within the Democratic Party, which the DSA is a recruiting mechanism for the Democratic Party. Even then, again, if we're playing in this electoral bubble, if you're not endorsed by the DSA, why the fuck are you being portrayed as the left of anything? Within, again, the Democratic Party. The city comptroller is expected to open his campaign with a pivotal endorsement from Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist mayor-elect's first formal nod since his November election win upended the Democratic landscape. Lander, I mean, come on. The landscape, bro. Okay, all right. Lander has also sought support from progressive Senator Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, according to 2 people close to Lander. Will Bernie do it? Will Bernie help out his Zionist homie? I don't know. Lander shot his campaign launch video with some scenes from his Park Slope community, 2 people with knowledge of his operation said. And he is interviewing for the Working Families Party endorsement. Okay, so sometimes I gotta be a little vague because of my very limited, very small political involvement out here. Okay, we'll put it this way. Working Families Party started off well. I'll say that. But just like the DSA, essentially serves as a legitimizing force for the Democratic Party. Was that Is that respectful enough? All accurate? I don't. I try to be the best I can be here. And again, nothing I do or say represents what I do as a union member, as my role within the union. I can separate the two. Uh, we'll just leave it like that. We'll just leave it like that. The people looped into Lander's plans were granted anonymity to protect a sensitive rollout process. Lander's entry will mark New York's progressives' boldest salvo yet in primaries to unseat more mainstream party members on the heels of Mamdani's ascension to the helm of the country's largest city. The physical wonk, an Israel critic, yeah, we're gonna start immediately starting the rebranding process. Immediately starting the rebranding process. Wow. Israel critic. I mean, that's one way of saying Zionist. Is a favorite of left-leaning voters in the liberal congressional district, which encompasses Lower Manhattan and Northwest Brooklyn and overlaps Lander's former city council district. All right, so he might be a little bit of a shoe in there. And if Mamdani campaigns with him, it's a done deal, basically. And these are urgent times when ICE agents are abducting our neighbors. Donald Trump is stealing money from New York City's bank account. I think people are looking for leaders who will put their bodies on the line, Lander told reporters Friday after pleading not guilty to trespassing and related charges tied to his September sit-in protesting the detention of migrants at 26 Federal Plaza. He said Friday he had not made a decision on running for Congress, but was seriously considering it. Lander's team did not immediately comment on his plans Tuesday when contacted by Politico. Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo in Goldman's 10th congressional district by 23 points in the June mayoral primary. In that same contest, Lander placed third in the district, just a quarter off a percentage point behind Cuomo, the moderate former governor. Oh man, okay. Lander helped clear the Democrat socialist path to the nomination with a cross-endorsement deal that many in the progressive movement lauded as a sacrifice for the cause. Salute to you, Lander, for your sacrifice for the cause, for the movement. All right. While Lander is a progressive and working families party darling, he is not a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And this is all leading up to the fact that the DSA should be running their own candidate. Let's see here. Goldman, a Manhattan Democrat, second-term House member and former prosecutor, was lead counsel in President Donald Trump's first impeachment process. Oof. All right. That's a good little feather in your cap. You might be able to use that. While Goldman is a let's see here. Just scion, a young shoot or twig of a plant, especially descendant of a noble family. Wow. No, I need to find out how to say that one. That's hilarious.
Scion.
Just like that, Scion? Oh, like literally the fucking car.
Scion.
That's hilarious. All right. I thought it was Sicilian. For real. All right. While Goldman is a scion of the Levi-Strauss Empire and a staunch defender of Israel, he has championed progressive policies as a co-sponsor of Medicare for All and Green New Deal legislation. The incumbent has advocated for taxing the ultra wealthy, including himself, and criticized settler violence in the West Bank. Both Goldman and Lander are Jewish. We're gonna have some Jewish on Jewish crime, y'all. Some Jewish on Jewish violence. It's heartbreaking to see. It's tragic, really, to see who could be the bestest, most staunch critic of the Zionist entity. Wow. So we're gonna start seeing, and we've been seeing this, and it's been led by the Hassan Pigers and the Sam Cedars, at least on the online spaces, applauding, lauding, celebrating, endorsing, uplifting liberal Zionists who are critical of the Zionist entity. And their main concern and focus is wagging their finger at, wagging their finger at settlers in the West Bank. And so they do that, and people go, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Oh shit. Why the fuck are you? Jesus Christ, bro. Sorry about that. I have a dentist appointment coming up, and they're asking for confirmation. It's like 2 fucking weeks away. I got nervous. I thought I was gonna have to end the stream early or some shit, and I was like, no, wait. All right. Even individuals like Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker's former business partner, who's a staunch Zionist. He's a Zionist. He's a liberal Zionist at best, but he's a Zionist nonetheless. These individuals criticize settlers, and their main concern is, you see, settlers are ruining everything. Settlers, just like Hamas, are hell-bent on violence, and they can't be rationalized with. They can't be civilized like the rest of the Zionists, like those in Tel Aviv. Those are reasonable Zionists. Those are the ones that we should be negotiating with, and those are the ones that we should be pleading to about the Palestinian cause for equal civil rights. That's the type of narrative that gets pushed forward. I do think that it's funny that they're bringing up that he was a co-sponsor for Medicare for All and the Green New Deal, both things that are completely dead. Like, they have no relevance in politics today. And that's because the so-called squad, refused to actually behave like a squad as a voting bloc and push these things forward and antagonizing, the status quo within the Democratic Party, because they're careerists. They are careerists. Their concern is about moving up within the party and securing the position in the party. Lander and Goldman are aligned in the resistance against Trump's ramped up deportation agenda and have even worked in tandem. Both Democrats are a frequent presence at 26 Federal Plaza, a lower Manhattan administrative building where migrants have been detained by masked federal agents as they attend immigration court hearings. Again, a Democratic president is going to come around and ban ICE agents from wearing masks. And liberals, are going to applaud that as progress. I'm calling it right now. That is the reason. The reason why even Politico is pushing this whole and they're wearing masks. Same thing with body cams. It's going to be the same thing with fucking body cams. A Democratic president will come around. Someone will pass legislation to ban masks. And when doing so, will provide more safety, more protection, and higher consequences for those actually opposing ICE, right? So more safety for them and bigger consequences for those opposing ICE. In order to get this small victory this aesthetic victory of not allowing ICE agents to wear a mask. And only because my brain works this way, if you have not seen it already, and we talked about this before, the Watchmen series, must watch. It is an absolute must watch. There you go. I'm not saying bootleg it, but do what you gotta do. But you see it. Right. Now, if I was a little Alex Jonesy with the conspiracy theory, they were programming us to normalize and accept these fascist pigs wearing masks. But in reality, it's just like, I mean, there's always a case when something isn't normalized at the beginning. So you just wait for it. They're going to pass legislation to where they're not going to allow masks for ICE agents anymore. But the asterisk and the protections provided to them and the consequences for those opposing ICE will be drastic. And it will be celebrated as a victory because now they can't wear masks. That show was gross. In what context? What the reason why, like, yes, there is some programming, a lot of programming actually in media, Hollywood, but spoiler, the Watchmen series like is arguing against it and fixating on what happens when so-called law enforcement is allowed to be anonymous. Get 6025. That show was gross. Gotta elaborate. I fucking love the show. How much time you got? I mean, we're barely starting. We're an hour in. That's it. Let's see here. All right. These are nonviolent, non-criminal people, often escaping terrible conditions in their country, seeking refuge here, and now they're being yanked away from their families, detained and deported, Coleman told reporters Monday as he and Representative Adriano, why was I struggling with that? Adriano Espalent and Nadia Velasquez unveil legislation to protect migrants from arrest as they attend their court dates and follow pathways to legal status. This whole, you have to be non-violent, non-criminal, right? And you have to have a terrible background. And you have to be seeking refuge. Like all this shit here. Yeah, the Hood of Justice episode. I've never seen, I mean, especially with Watchmen, I've never seen anything elevate the original source material like the Watchmen series. I legitimately feel like Alan Moore should be fucking Clockwork Orange forced to watching the series. Like straight up. To be like, you didn't deserve this. to elevate the original, which is already like, I mean, it's hard to argue that it's not the best contained, or was, I guess, contained um, comic, graphic novel, whatever you want to call it. And somehow the Watchmen series elevated it. By that episode alone elevates it. Sweeter than anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, all these series are gonna do that. All these series are gonna be like, I mean, it's the whole Killmonger thing, right? He was correct, but you have to make him such an absurd villain so that his correct message is covered in the blood of his incorrect actions. They always do that, yeah, for sure. Am I frozen? Am I? I don't know. Question, y'all. Do me a favor. Am I? Because I got a weird notification from YouTube. Am I? Are we still live streaming on the Deculturation Live channel? Let me know, chat. All right. You know what it is? Get 6025. And the reason why I kind of like these conversations of media kind of bore me a little bit is that I go into it with that assumption. I go into it with those assumptions. And so when I say I really like a show, it's because I'm focusing on the things that did correct versus the things that are almost a prerequisite to make these shows, if that makes sense. Like Andor, right? Or shows like that, I'm like, I focus in on what they were able to get away with more than what they had to capitulate to in order to be able to make the show. Thank you so much for letting me know, chat. Really, really appreciate it. I don't know. I got a weird notification saying like, basically YouTube said you're a bum and you don't get enough views, and so we're not going to be able to continue streaming like your lives or some shit. I don't know what it was. I've never seen anything like that. I'm like, that's kind of weird, but okay. If you must. Let me actually pull up the chat there real quick. Hold on. They tell me you're a bum rock. They said, you're nothing and you'll never be nothing. What was the Hassan Piker rant? Jesus Christ. Oh, see, I forgot to change the. Hold on, let me grab this. I speeded to 11 watching. All right, let me just pop out the chat just in case. Espiritu's over there. Appreciate y'all. And then one last thing here. And then we're back on task. I promise. I promise. Let's see. Boom. Uploading. And we're good to go. Awesome. All right. Appreciate y'all. I mean, it wasn't calling me lazy. It was calling me like it was telling me I have no friends. Like, yeah, nobody's like, wrap it up, pal. Let me move this over a little bit. There we go. Here we go. At least 2 other progressive Democrats are considering a bid for Congress in the district. City Council member Alexa Avils, chair of the council's immigration committee, and a Democratic Socialist, and former Assembly member Yu Lane Niu, who came in second place to Goldman in the 2020 primary for the district, also appealed to the Manhattan and Brooklyn chapter of the Working Families Party for their support. Goldman did as well. I wonder if they'll split their endorsement. But here's the concern. Alexa, you might be the sacrificial lamb. You might be thrown to the side. You might be remembered in history as the end of the DSA. So cheers to you. Why do I say that? Because the DSA endorses her, pushes her forward, which they should. No excuses this time. They should. They have to. And Mamdani, mayor-elect, DSA backed, still endorses Brad Lander. The DSA loses all legitimacy, like completely. Like they might as well not exist. Here's the other question though. How do you hold Mamdani accountable? How does the DSA hold Mamdani accountable? They can't. How does the DSA stop Mamdani from endorsing a non-DSA member? Forget that, somebody that they're going to be running against. And the answer is they can't. Again, and we go back to this time and time again, is because they continue to push these figures that become bigger than the so-called party. And it's getting to the point where I'm low-key kind of getting a little tired of covering the DSA. And this is going to determine our future coverage of it. Because you're not a party. You're essentially creating better characters for the Democratic Party to reform its image, to save face, to change its PR. There's a PR battle that's going on. You're doing that. And you're demonstrating to us time and time again that there's nothing you can do to these individuals. There's no way to holding them back, holding them accountable, putting them to heel, checking them, forcing them to do what you want them to do once they gain power. So you're just a fucking logo. You're just a fucking logo at this point. If you lose, you've essentially lost Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. She's doing you the favor. At this point, she's doing you the favor. You've essentially lost her. She doesn't need you whatsoever. Mamdani hasn't even started. Isn't even the mayor yet. And he still wouldn't lose a thing without you. What does that say about your so-called party? That you are simply a tool, an instrument, a branding exercise.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
And Walker, corp near me in Canada was contracted to make ice cars. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the Canada thing and I'm like cars built for ice, like for the road. I was like, I thought you just put fucking. Thank you so much for the super chat, on Walker. That is too funny. And just completely unsurprising. I mean, I said it time and time again. Canada has the best PR of a settler colonial project. Close second is Australia. Shout out to Bad Empanada, who's benefited from white supremacy and Western imperialism just as much as any other fucking white person. So Re- regardless of how much as he wants to deny it. But Canada is still remains unmatched, and that's completely unsurprising if you know the way they treat First Nation people and those advocating for their land. I think tomorrow we're gonna cover a debate between Loner Box and Chris Kunzler. I was watching it yesterday and today, and Chris Kunzler basically said like, yeah, we have to advocate for Palestinians as indigenous people to have their land back, essentially, to have their land returned to them. But in the U.S. is different because the U.S. succeeded in exterminating enough indigenous people to where, that's unrealistic, or we can't have that anymore. It's pointless to support that. And what have I been saying? If you claim to oppose 1984, but normalize 1776, you're a fucking fraud, you're a fucking opportunist, and it's just a matter of how many indigenous Palestinian people get displaced and slaughtered before you switch up. Yeah. And also, why the fuck are you debating Loner Box? Why the fuck are you debating Loner Box? I just don't fucking get it. I'm not saying it doesn't have good takes. I'm just saying when I've noticed things. I notice these things. And it's just kind of annoying and frustrating where you have these white people, and I've seen it with there's like TikToker, there's white TikToker who have branded themselves as speaking out against Zionism, but have rooted their entire image and their financial foundation around the genocide of Palestinians. The entirety of it. And I think it's really fucking disgusting. And that's why when Matt Lieb from Bad Hasbara, when his sister's fancy ass fucking home burnt down during the California fires, and he used his platform not just to get rich himself, not just for his co-host, one of the Matte's, David Matte, to get wealthy. That's not enough. He tells his audience, hey, stop donating to Palestinians. Start donating to my sister so she could rebuild her lavish home in a bougie ass section of Southern California. In a bougie ass section. These people are fucking gross and disgusting. So Mamdani with this, there is an older. I don't think we went over it. There is an older. What the fuck? Oh shit, that's weird. That is so weird. Sorry about that. Okay. There is another article I wanted to go over from. Let's see what's right here. Yeah. This is funny. And why would you call it uncoupling? Let's see. It was working like 5 minutes ago. I'll never understand why. AirDrop doesn't work. I really don't understand it. Let's see here. I mean, the point or one of the benefits of being trapped into the fucking Apple ecosystem is little shit like that, right? Look how fucking... Jesus Christ, bro. This is a bit older, so it should be on here already. Hopefully. Nice. All right, the strategic uncoupling of Zohran Mamdani and Brad Lander. Mr. Lander, the New York City comptroller, campaigned with Mr. Mamdani and once hoped to join him in City Hall. Now he is eyeing a congressional seat. This is from November 14th. Zohran Mamdani was in the final chaotic sprint to election day in the New York City mayor's race when he stepped off the campaign trail for an important meeting. Sitting with him was Brad Lander, the city comptroller, who had become one of his closest allies. The progressive bromance, a bromance with a Zionist, man, during the Democratic primary in June had helped clinch Mr. Mamdani's victory and left Mr. Lander gunning for City Hall too, hopefully, as his top deputy. But when they met in a chaotic Sunday in late October amid church services and canvas launches, Mr. Mamdani, a state assemblyman, wanted to talk about a different idea that Mr. Lander had floated. He told the comptroller that he would like to continue their partnership, but supporting him in a primary challenge against Representative Daniel Goldman, a vulnerable and more moderate Democrat, according to 3 people familiar with the exchange. It's even better. It's even fucking better. It's even... It's so fucking good. This guy's a fucking full-on scumbag. You gotta fucking love it. So Mamdani says, hey, you know that thing you mentioned? No, we gotta do something about that thing. Yeah, no, that little project you had going on. No, we're gonna make that shit happen. Instead of reaching out to the DSA and saying, hey, who do you got that we could push to take over this fucking vulnerable seat? What does he go? Lander, baby.
I'm afraid of like talking to people who are
Thank you for subscribing.
My race.
Oh, of course it's I mean, these people are hella fucking corny. Look at you're telling me these guys are gonna write in a corny way? You tell me these fools aren't gonna be corny, DFTP? Oh man, that is awesome. I'm from ear to ear. I am fucking smiling. Wow. As for the high-level administration post, Mr. Lander, 56, had also coveted, Mr. Mamdani told him that he planned to go in a different direction. All right. Landy and Tishy, yep. Landy, baby. Oh, okay, so he's like, I don't want you for my spot. Go chase that car over there and I'll help you out. The sharp change-up has captivated New Yorkers' political chattering class since it spilled into public in recent days, setting the stage for potentially explosive House primary in the heart of New York City. Mr. Mamdani's quiet maneuvering, much of which has not been previously reported, has also offered an early window into the unsentimental calculations guiding the incoming mayor as he builds his administration and flexes his political muscle. I actually really do like this paragraph here. Unsentimental calculations. Unsentimental calculations. That's a unique way of saying this guy is just power hungry. He doesn't care about the DSA, about Palestinians. He does not care about that shit. He cares about moving strategically, and it makes sense why Obama was like, I see you, I appreciate you, let me take you under my wing. Let me give you my blessings. Asked to comment for this story, Mr. Mamdani spokeswoman Dora Pekic said simply that Mr. Lander continues to be a trusted ally and partner to the mayor-elect. But other supporters who have spoken to him added that Mr. Mamdani, a sharp critic of Israel, was eager to unseat Mr. Goldman, whose view on the war in Gaza and other issues are well to his right. Are they to the right of Lander? People who have spoken to Mr. Lander recently said he had played down the sting of being passed over for a top city post. Brad's moral clarity, his willingness to use his voice to defend our democracy and put his body on the line to protect our neighbors are all vitally important and unfortunately all too rare, said his top advisor, Allison Hirsch. Oh, his top advisor says glowing remarks about him? What a fucking surprise. It's almost like her paycheck depends on it for sure. She said he would bring these qualities to Washington if he chooses to run. The relationship between Mr. Lander and Mr. Mamdani has been a subject of unusual interest since the two men rolled out a novel cross endorsement in June. As competing candidates for mayor, politicians often talk about forming alliances to defeat a common enemy, in this case former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, but rarely follow through. I mean, since this, we talk a lot about Tish, but since this moment, we should have known that Mamdani was willing to ally himself with Zionists. Mr. Lander, a well-known progressive with 15 years in public office, vouched for Mr. Mamdani, a 34-year-old Muslim and democratic socialist. With fellow Jewish Democrats, and after federal agents arrested Mr. Lander as he escorted migrants in an immigration courthouse, he used some of the attention to boost his former rival. On the night of his primary victory, Mr. Mamdani put his arm around Mr. Lander and said they had molded the politics of the future, one of partnership and of sincerity. Oh, man. With the fucking Zionists, bro. Mamdani's top task is not going to be securing the well-being and a better living standard for New Yorkers. It's going to be this. It's going to be this. The same thing Hassan Piker was doing with Sam Cedar. The same thing Hassan Piker was doing with Ethan Klein. It's this. This is their role. This is their task. To rebrand and normalize Zionists. That is their role. That is their fucking task. Many progressive New Yorkers supporting Mr. Mamdani, but uncertain about his youth with just 5 years in the state assembly under his belt, felt comforted by the prospect of Mr. Lander joining City Hall as a partner overseeing the city's day-to-day operation. Mr. Lander clearly liked the idea too. At least 4 fellow elected officials who spoke directly with him in the weeks after the primary told the New York Times, and that they had come away with the impression that he badly wanted the job and was under serious consideration. But interviews with more than a dozen advisors and allies of both men suggest that the relationship was always more complicated than it looked publicly. It was, they said, a shotgun political marriage of shared values that strained from constant public speculation and competing priorities. Mr. Mamdani and Mr. Lander discussed the vague possibilities of working together in government when they first met before the primary to iron out their cross endorsement over Lebanese food. Ah, how sweet. Despite rampant speculation, no position was ever promised, according to the people familiar with their interactions who were not authorized to discuss them publicly. In June, when questioned about Mr. Lander's position in a potential administration reached a fever pitch, Mr. Mamdani grew frustrated and asked Mr. Lander to tamp it down in a conversation Gothamist first reported. He's like, hey, there you go. Cool it. Cálmate, güey. That's what he said. In public, Mr. Mamdani repeatedly said that no personal decisions have been made. I think it's interesting. You keep Tish and you kind of dangle this over Lander. Which again just highlights how Machiavellian Mamdani truly is. Mr. Mamdani eventually did consider Mr. Lander for first deputy mayor alongside other candidates who include Daniel Gortnick, the head of the Department of City Planning, and Anthony Shores and Dean Fullahan, two former first deputy mayors. The mayor-elect told associates that he needed a seasoned bureaucrat who had overseen a city budget, weathered a mayoral crisis, and moved legislation through Albany. Mr. Mamdani concluded that Mr. Lander, a longtime politician whose earlier job was running a small nonprofit that focuses on affordable housing, was simply not it. He said, nope, you're not it. You don't got it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's just very, very kind of like a sassy way of like, you either got it or you don't, sweetie. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Who are these fools, bro? Why write it that? You're not it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have what we're looking for. You didn't bring it. Why? And why do I get so easily distracted with potentially meaning? I mean, absolutely, that was meaningless. My bad. Where are we? We're down here. Just simply not it. On Monday, Mr. Mamdani announced that Mr. Fullahan, a veteran of city and state government, would reprise the role he had once held under Mayor Bill de Blasio. Allies and advisors of Mr. Lander said he never assumed he had a job in City Hall, locked down, and began laying the groundwork in the spring before the primary for a potential run against Mr. Goldman. The congressman's district, New York's 10th, connects Brooklyn and Manhattan, and voted overwhelmingly for Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Goldman remained neutral in the general election. I need to read The Prince. I've read some of it. I think it's probably one of the most overrated texts, to be honest with you. And that might just be like a douchey kind of hipster opinion of mine. Probably it is. It is. I don't get it. I don't get the hype. Those conversations have since accelerated, including an annual post-election gathering of New York's political class in Puerto Rico. Actually, that is interesting. What the fuck? Mamdani, Mofongo, and Rum. Democratic squabble fade away for now. Did we read about this? I remember seeing these photos, but I don't think I read it on stream, but I remember looking over that because I was like, Puerto Rico, huh? Mr. Lander and Mr. Goldman both used the event to line up support, at one point dining feet from one another at Morton's Steakhouse. The drama. Mr. Lander has told other Democrats that he believes Mr. Goldman, a former federal prosecutor, and Levi Strauss, heir, is not meeting the political moment. Mr. Goldman, 49, won the seat in 2022 by beating several more progressive candidates who split the vote. There's a chance that DSA might pull back in order to avoid this. Mr. Goldman has drawn praise for sharply questioning Trump administration officials in congressional hearings, but his more moderate positions on Israel and the war in Gaza have angered left-leaning constituents. I mean, if those constituents are accepting Mamdani, and we're going to read an article on Mamdani next, if Mamdani says jump or forget about it, they'll forget about it. They'll jump. Mr. Lander, who has been a much firmer critic of Israel's handling of the war, has told allies he wants to take an activist posture towards the Trump administration. So again, just a repetition of calling it a war, not a genocide. Excuse me. And firmer critic. Like, the bar is in fucking hell, man. He was slightly firmer. But again, not anti-Zionist. Now Mr. Goldman is preparing for a fight. Simone Cantor, a spokesperson, said Democrats should be focused on fighting Mr. Trump, not wasting time and money fighting other Democrats. And there's a question, right? If Mamdani was unwilling to not just endorse and support DSA, but came out against him, encouraged the DSA not to endorse him. And again, remember, I understood why the DSA wouldn't endorse DSA. I don't understand, outside of backroom deals, why Mamdani or Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez would go out of their way to push against him. And it's because they probably had a backroom deal with Hakeem Jeffries. But in this case, if you're making the same fucking arguments that now is not the time to challenge Hakeem Jeffries because, oh, you need to focus on your mayoral obligations and to deliver. What's so different about Lander, excuse me. What's the difference between Lander and DSA? You would think that DSA... Is it because it's Hakeem Jeffries and it's the speakership? He's minority leader. What's going on here? Congress is not a consolation prize, but if Brad feels compelled to make this about himself, then Dan will eagerly stand on his record for standing up to Trump, leading the opposition to ICE, and fighting for his constituents. He said, referring to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Hungry to oust Mr. Goldman, top officials from the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, an integral organization cog in the success of Mamdani's grassroots campaign, promised Mr. Lander over the summer that they would not endorse another candidate according to 4 people with direct knowledge of the matter. What the fuck? Oh, I love this shit too much. I love this fucking shit too much. You absolute spineless waste of fucking time organization. Hungry to oust Mr. Goldman, top officials from the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, an integral organizing cog in the success of Mr. Mamdani's grassroots campaign, promised Mr. Lander over the summer that they would not endorse another candidate according to 4 people with direct knowledge of the matter. He's not even a DSA member. Why the fuck are you making these promises? Meaning what? Meaning that if a prominent figure in the DSA says, hey, we want to challenge Goldman, we feel that we could take this from him. We could find victory. We could ride the Mamdani train, the momentum to victory. Would the DSA top ranking file? How far would they go for Lander? Would it completely overlook whatever democratic process they have? Because remember, the reason why these DSA members, these democratic socialists, love the word Democrat, democratic, democracy before socialism is because they're anti-socialists, first of all. But secondly, because for them, it's like, no, it's not that. It's not the bad type of authoritarian socialism. We're the good kind. We're democracies first and foremost. What happens when your members want a true DSA homegrown challenger to Goldman. But you made these backroom deals with Lander. And again, I mean, this is reported, but there's no names connected to this. But we know that the DSA, the local DSA chapter, is a little sketchy. We know this. They're the ones that still hold tight to AOC despite her allegiance to Zionism. While the national one has distanced themselves from Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. Jesus. Four people pushing this. Wow. But as Mr. Lander was awaiting word on whether he would land a position in City Hall, Councilwoman Alexa Aviles? How do you say that? Aviles? Is it Aviles? Okay. Alexa Aviles, a DSA member, began plotting her own run. Actually, let me see what she looks like. I'll tell you how it's pronounced. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, Aviles. For sure, for sure. ¿Dónde es? Where's her family from? Oh, wow. Yeah. It's Aviles. All right, all right. That's interesting. Ms. Aviles' criticism of Israel and her close ties to Mr. Mamdani's coalition will contrast sharply with Mr. Goldman's positions. Because of the uncertainty over whether Mr. Lander would be running against Mr. Goldman, the DSA's local chapter recently voted behind closed doors to endorse her. The drama escalates. So I wonder how heated that exchange was if they had already made a backroom deal with Lander. And so Lander fucked up by not pulling the trigger sooner and giving us a better fucking circus. Giving us a better fucking show to see. That endorsement is now in limbo, however, as leaders of various groups on the left attempt to head off a showdown that could fracture their coalition. There should be no fucking issue. There should be no fucking showdown. What are you doing? The fact that the DSA doesn't have this shit locked down and saying, look what we've done, Mamdani, AOC, look what we've done. You follow our lead. Why should anyone take them serious when they can't even fucking pull their figures, their characters? Why should we take them serious when they can't even check their own fucking people, much less pull fucking rank on these organizations around them? Because that's DSA's whole thing, and you see this a lot with like the Hassan Pikers and the Majority Report. Their whole thing is, hey, we're not like the Green Party. We're not losers. Hey, we're not like the PSL. We're not losers. Hey, we're not like the Peace and Freedom Party. We're not losers. We're winners. We get shit done, right? That's their whole thing. And it's like, well, yeah, when you're working within the Democratic Party and you're providing them with new fucking skins, new fucking character updates, shit's gonna be a little bit easier. But if you can't even use that so-called legitimacy, that weight to your favor to put the other organizations endorsing people in fucking check, if you can't even hold your own fucking political figures accountable, what the fuck is the point? But hey, I mean, shit. I'd vote for I would vote for Alexa Aviles. I would, just to see the fucking chaos erupt. And this is all what Mamdani's doing too. That's all he's doing. We're saying, hey, I don't want you in this spot, but I'll endorse you for that other spot. Eesh. That endorsement is now in limbo, however, as leaders of various groups on the left attempt to head off a showdown that could fracture their coalition, which again, this is apparently how Goldman won in the first place. No way. No way. Wait, am I being racist or no? Yeah. Council. It's a profile. I don't know what to say like that, so I didn't want to assume, but that was my first assumption. Councilwoman Alexa Aviles, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, is plotting her own run against Mr. Goldman. Councilman Che Ose, left, is considering challenging Representative Hakeem Jeffries, the top House Democrat. If Mamdani manages to fucking kneecap both of them, if Mamdani manages to kneecap both of them, oh man. Commodore of the Year? Late entry for Commodore of the Year 2025? Taking the fucking belt, taking the title? Damn. That would be impressive before you even get sworn in, before you are officially the mayor, as a mayor-elect to kneecap 2 DSA. Well, one potentially, recent entry into the DSA, but nonetheless, somebody that was standing, side by side with you in OSE, in a legitimate one, like a real fucking DSA member. No questions asked. Nobody's questioning her reputation, her loyalty to the party, her membership to the party. That's not into question this time. He can't hide behind that. The DSA can't hide behind that. If Zohran Mamdani manages to kneecap 2 back-to-back challengers to the Democratic Party, right? And I'm including Lander in the Democratic Party because he's not part of the DSA, even though DSA is part of the Democratic Party for all intent and purposes. That's impressive. I mean, shit, in that case, he might be able to get some shit done. I mean, if not for New Yorkers, resign in New York. What the fuck, bro? Nah, okay, you know what? We gotta put a little respect on Obama. He's been on the sidelines for a long time. He doesn't really get his nose too crazy in a lot of the Democratic Party's like more public spats. But if this would really hit him up and be like, nah, this is what we're gonna do. This is what you have to do. Destroy the DSA. That's a great fucking pick. Smith on Twitch. Zohran seems intent on splintering the New York left. It's hard to read how has been moving any other way. Yeah. No, I hear what you're trying to say. I think he's just really proactively trying to push his weight around because of these backroom deals that he was making. Both the Ose and this Aviles, him going out of his way to essentially end shit before it gets started, for their, challenges to these Democratic incumbents are all rooted in backroom deals. Ah, man, I fucking love it. I fucking love this shit, man. Jeez. The most important thing here is defeating Dan Goldman, who doesn't match the values of his constituents or the district, said Jasmine Gripper, a co-director of the left-leaning Working Families Party. Left-leaning. We need to unite the field and have one candidate. Uline, a progressive former assemblywoman who was a runner-up to Mr. Goldman in 2022, has also spent months laying the groundwork for a potential primary run. Reached by phone, she declined to discuss her deliberations. I love this shit, man. It's so fucking messy, and it's so like, and it's not just this. It's seeing how DSA members excuse it. That is really like the joy of it all, because they'll wag their fingers at the rest of us and say, oh, you're anti-electoralism, you don't want to get anything done, you actually don't want to hold power, this and that. And it's just like watching this shit, it's kind of like, oh, you're just a Democratic Party 2.0. Not even 2.0, fucking 0.5. 0.5. You're just the addendum to it. God damn it. Quote, the priority here is to make sure this district has the best representation it can, she said. The standoff between Mr. Lander and Ms. Aviles, in particular, presents another test for Mr. Mamdani as he tries to expand the left's political power and gain the trust of New York's business, class, and political establishment, which hold more moderate views. That's the other thing. It wouldn't be the worst thing for Mamdani to screw over Lander and say, hey, you helped me out. I don't have a position for you in my administration. And I can't endorse you now on the thing that I would push you towards. My bad. Too bad, so sad. You lost. Like, you didn't win. We didn't have anything agreed upon, sealed. Fuck it. You're out. He could do that. And in fact, that would benefit him. Because it would show that he's ruthless and not uncompromising. That he's ruthless in both directions, at least. You could spin that shit. That in both directions, he's ruthless. And that he's loyal to the DSA. One of my nostrils is cloudy and I'm worried. I better not be getting sick. I feel fine. Anywho. But if he chooses to fuck over Aviles for Lander, it goes to show that his cutthroat nature is solely for self-interest. God damn. If that's the case, we're low-key a little lucky that he can't run for president. Look, I'm smiling because I'm like, oh shit, we got a real player on the board. We got a real motherfucker like out here. You gotta no, I don't like soccer. I'm sorry, I do not like. I'm a bad bean. I don't like soccer. That's why when the 100% Latino, whatever the fuck that means, 100% Argentinian born, Argentino born and raised, cultivated in Argentinian soil. Bad Empanada tried to claim that it was some soccer shit. I'm like, bro, I'm the last person to know anything about soccer. I have to walk in to the break room, and all these people that vaguely look like me were watching soccer, and it's like, here we go again. So excited for fucking two goals versus one goal. Wow, fucking. Anywho. I'm bad. I'm a bad bean. It's so fucking boring. I'm sorry. Highlights are dope. Actually sitting there and watching is so fucking boring. Although I'm sure live is cool. I've seen some live games are fun. Baseball, I've seen it live. It's fun. Basketball, I've seen live. It's fun. The basketball court's a lot smaller. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be bigger. For pros. What else? Hockey was cool live. I can't keep up with it in person because my eyesight's so bad. I mean, on TV. But no, I only watch and follow mixed martial arts, and it's literally like the worst fucking, man. Like, at this point, I feel like NASCAR is more fucking like left leaning than MMA. It's just my goal for 2026. I've been proactively trying to become a casual fan. My goal for 2026 is not to watch any live, specifically UFC event. Because there might be some times where I'll watch one live. Usually at my gym, they put it on whenever they have live events, and it lines up with our class. So that's cool. I mean, there's not a lot of live MMA that's worth watching outside of the UFC, to be honest. That makes sense time-wise. Like Risen, the timing is always gonna be off. But my goal for 2026 in terms of mixed martial arts is to not watch any live events, any live UFC events specifically, because you have to understand when I fell in love with the sport, fucking prelims, you're gonna get future legends. You're gonna get real fucking dogs like that. We're gonna stick around for a while. And now with the oversaturation, just flooding of again, like just the market overall, but of UFC events, you have regional guys who may put on a fun fight, but aren't gonna go anywhere career wise. They're at very best journeymen that aren't really worth your time and day outside of being on the main card of a local show. But that's what happens when you saturate the market. You're gonna get nobodies that are gonna be nobody in the sport, put in positions that they don't deserve, that their talent and their skill set shouldn't qualify them for that type of attention and platform. But growing up and being a fan of the sport, it was literally like prelims, early prelims, can't miss shit. And now it's not that anymore. So, I caught the last event and I was really happy with it. Even the early prelims were badass. But afterwards, especially because I got to be up at fucking 4 a.m. in the morning. Afterwards, I was like, no, I think 2026, no more live events. I'd already skipped a couple events this past year. But I kind of have to really distance myself from the sport. And to be honest, and it's interesting, from jumping around different gyms, from what I've seen from actual like pro MMA fighters or legit amateur ones, have all beat me up. They don't follow the sport closely because they're doing it. They're more concerned about getting better in training than they are about catching a UFC event or just MMA fights in general. So I think that's interesting. Anywho, let's see. American football live sucks. You can hardly see anything and end up watching the game on the Jumbotron. That's how my first experience was. I've only been to one UFC event like about a decade ago when they were out here, and it was Shogun versus Vera. It was a cool event. I believe Joe Lozon fought Jeremy Varner, who was a WEC like top guy. I don't think he ever won the WEC belt. And Lozon was just a dog. And Lozon got he didn't get an underhook, he got a wizard. And from the wizard position, they both hit the mat. So they were both four hits to the mat. And he used that wizard to jump up and catch a triangle. That was fucking beautiful. And that was dope. That was cool. That was a cool live event. But at the same time, like if you don't have front row seats, you're just looking at the Jumbotron, and I'd rather be at home bootlegging shit. What's your favorite comic of 2025? Ooh, did this come out in 2025? Let me see. Hold on, because I'm gonna put in some words that are gonna be little spicy words. Then we'll get back to this. I don't know how I got distracted. Let's see, comic. Was it this year? Because DC's Absolute run has been so good. Let's see here. But I want to make sure it came out this year. I guess like indie comic I should put. 7 years ago. Fuck no. Because it should be right here. Like art and artists. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's not daydreaming. What the fuck is that thing called? Ah, man. That's annoying the hell out of me. It's a super gorgeous fucking comic. Let me find it. It should be right here. Hold on. Oh, actually. All right. So I don't think, are these from 2025? It's been a crazy year. So I would have two if they are from 2025. And then we'll get back to this. If you enjoyed like Stand By Me or like Lost Boys, I'm just trying to see what year this came out. This was on sale too, so I had to pick this up. What year did this come out? Let me make sure it's the right year though. And then we'll get back to the actual political stuff. My apologies. It's called What's the Furthest Place from Here? What year is this? 2024 2025? No way. 2023? Am I that fucking gone? I guess it's 2023. What's the Furthest Place from Here? Great fucking gorgeous art. Very fucking trippy, very scary. I could have sworn this was, damn, I'm out of it. I guess this doesn't count 2023, so this isn't gonna be it either. But the one I was thinking about, and if you haven't and you struggle with, no, this is gonna be the same year then. It's the art in this. What year is this? Shoot, man, I'm so out of it. Oh no, I didn't want that, but 2022. Fuck, man, I'm gone. This one is so fucking beautiful. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. I really hope you never have to apply for a real job after this. That title is pretty what is it? What is it? Oh, Googleable? That makes sense. Yeah, the art in this is just gorgeous, man. This is even older, but this deals with a lot of about depression. This is great. This is great. So I try not to buy physical books anymore because I got too much stuff going on. So I guess 2025 would have to be like, no, Hickman Spider-Man from the new Ultimate Universe. This has to be 2025, right? Well, it ran to through 2025. The art in this is gorgeous. The premise is awesome. I love seeing like an actual adult, happy Peter Parker, even when it's an alternate universe. He's very hipstery looking in this one though, but it's not the worst. But this was a lot of fun to read for Marvel. For DC, the Absolute stuff was great. Absolute Batman was, from where I'm at, was pretty good. Although I'm kind of behind. Anything else that came out this year that I was actually reading indie wise? No, I stopped reading Saga for a minute. Yeah, so I'm behind for this year for sure in terms of comics. All right, way off topic. Way off topic. I made Carlos check the stash. Yeah. I gotta donate some of these books though. All right, all right. Does he get Gwen Stacy Yipper. Yipper, you have to read it because Gwen Stacy's role in this ultimate, like, revamping of the Ultimate Universe is so fucking badass. It's so badass, and the concept used is so fucking cool. I can't say anything because let me put this over here. It's gonna spoil things. It's gonna spoil things. But Gwen Stacy is in this universe alive and is a badass. And it puts the whole like Spider Gwen, Ghost Spider thing, like it trumps it so well. Like it just does a better job at highlighting the character. I mean, I think you do a whole spin-off series, a legitimate one, with Gwen Stacy's portrayal in this series. It depends. So I'll try and buy indie, like Image Comics, kind of more obscure. Company stuff. For example, so this is called Moonray, and the company is called Living the Line, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. It's very abstract. I'm not the biggest fan of abstract art, but sometimes it's cool because it's like challenges you a little bit. Again, I don't understand how some of these fucking self-proclaimed leftists don't have any fucking artistic interest outside of fucking playing characters online. But that shit's fucking gorgeous. You tell these people aren't fucking even whole human beings, bro. Like, how the fuck do you not have any interest outside of this? Or love art outside of this shit? All right. Where the fuck were we? Sorry, let me see the... Let me show you how it looks. That was one word memory. Like, super, super fucking abstract. Love this shit. Then we'll get back to it. Man, I need help staying focused, y'all. That's not a great photo. But I like to challenge myself, make myself a little uncomfortable with certain art styles. Anywho, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. This one's a better one. So they started off as a Kickstarter event. And so I'll try buying stuff like this. Everything else I I borrow. Ghost in the Shell, yeah, it was badass. It's something I grew up with. There's a great sideshow. Let me make sure that it's appropriate to show though. That I cannot afford, but man, would absolutely love. Let me make sure I get the censored version. Let's see here. This statue, just because I was way too young when I saw Ghost in a Shell and Akira, I used to have nightmares, recurring nightmares of Akira. And let me see if it's censored. I don't know if I could show this. Fuck. Well, this is from behind, so maybe it'll be fine. This is from the back. But look how badass this fucking statue is from like a pivotal moment in the when she's trying to take out the the tank over here. And so you have her arms exploding and everything from that scene. I don't think I could show you the rest, to be honest. Oh, maybe a little bit of this. Or just hide the under boob. But like this right here, fucking amazing. And so yeah, Ghost in the Shell and Akira are like pivotal fucking movies that just never left my mind. And Ghost in the Shell just gets better and better the older I get. But the dope ass version of this is just too expensive. It's just too expensive. There's just no point of getting it, really. I like getting statues and stuff like that, but they're just like they have to be reasonably priced. It's way too expensive. Yeah. I can't blame you. The adult babies in Akira are nightmare fuel. It wasn't the baby, it was the arm. It was a fucking exploding arm. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful details on the figure for sure. All right. I don't know how we got here. Chat. You're taking advantage of me at this point. Any hobby in America is expensive. Yeah, it is. The ones I have are on the cheaper side of, but even then, what I ended up doing when I originally got them was getting a credit card to grab them and still using like the payment plan that Sideshow offers, and then obviously not being able to make those payments, but making the payments for the credit card that I took anyways, so fucking stupid. I'm not the smartest person in general, but that phase of collecting that stuff is just past. I'm happy with what I got. But that's it, man. Like some of those statues are gorgeous though. Yep, the ADHD is definitely kicking my ass. All right, where are we? It's about to be 1. Where are we? I saw Akira high as fucking middle school, back to back with Pink Floyd's The Wall and the Ramones Rock and Roll. High school, weirdest nightmares I've ever had. Yeah, whoever was babysitting or whoever was responsible for that is shame on them, bro. That's crazy. The only 2 times where like movies have really affected me when I was like just high out of my mind was SLC Punk, Salt Lake City Punk, which fucked Tarantino, and it's just hilarious. I'm not a hick. And then 28 weeks later, we were hotboxing a room, and it was during summer, and I was here hotboxing. Can't turn on the AC, and it got so hot. And I'm watching that scene. I think when he was in the gurney, maybe I don't remember. But there's a really like anxiety-inducing scene, and I already was struggling to breathe because how hot it was in there, and we were just hotboxing it. Then I'm like, I need to get out of here. And it was the homies pad. So I just hung outside in the front porch, like just trying to fucking breathe. Great fucking scene. This is like looks like fucking 4K HD. All right. Back to it. No, it wasn't this one. Back to it, chat. Come on, let's focus. Back to it, chat. You got me. I'm not gonna look at the chat for a little bit. You want my attention for like the next hour. Super chats to turn on, super stickers to turn on. I gotta lock in for this. All right. I was only planning to do 3 hours. Now it's definitely 4. So my apologies. Where are we? Mr. Mamdani has privately told Miss Aviles that he was supporting campaigner. Just straight up told her. Wow. Mr. Mamdani has previously told, excuse me, I'm just, dude, you're fucking shameless. Mr. Mamdani has privately told Ms. Aviles that he would support and campaign for Mr. Lander if he ran, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. The mayor-elect has not spoken about the race publicly. Ms. Aviles did not respond to questions about her private conversations. The dynamic echoes another brewing drama in a neighboring district where Mr. Mamdani has privately tried to discourage Councilman Che Ose, an ally, from running against Representative Hakeem Jeffries, the top House Democrat. So far, neither Mr. Ose nor Ms. Aviles has backed down. This prior to DSA not endorsing Ose. Since her desire to challenge Mr. Goldman in March last month, Ms. Aviles says she had received an outpouring of support from the district's residents, thirsting for a change in leadership, and would make a final decision once the uncertainty over the DSA's endorsement was resolved. A correction was made on November 14, 2025. Because of an editing error, a photo caption with an earlier version of this article misidentified the location of, and nobody fucking cares about that. But I'm glad they made that correction. Fuck, bro. Straight up told her privately, look, if Lander runs, I'm fucking you over. Is just so fucking uniquely like pathetic. Uniquely pathetic from Mamdani, who does not need or owe anything to Lander now that he's won. What is the point of this? What is the fucking point of this? Like, why even engage in this in any serious fucking manner? God damn, bro. This is unsurprising to say the least, but still, like, why pursue this? You've already won and you're still like acting like, still acting like a fucking loser. He's still acting like he's still campaigning for the mayor's office. Like if somehow he's gonna lose. God damn it, bro. God damn it, bro. I love this. Look. It's Alexa or what's her name? DSA, NYC, Alexa, Leavis, some shit like that. Is she running or not, bro? We have to listen to this. We have to listen to this. Stop.
City Councilwoman Alexa Aviles.
New York! I'm Councilmember Alexa Aviles, and I am the proud representative of District 38 in South Brooklyn. Is Brooklyn in the house?
Woo!
Yes. I am so honored to be here tonight and to be part of a people-powered movement that is kicking a corrupt mayor out of City Hall and ushering in a new era of politics for New York's working class under our next mayor, Zohran Mamdani!
Zohran.
So y'all, I was elected the same year as Eric Adams. I've seen firsthand the pain, that's right, boo, to the working class families in my district. His repeated shameful rent hikes, to libraries, to parks. Committee, I have fought his sickening collusion with the Trump administration as he tries.
Don't worry, Jessica Tisch can collude all she wants with the Trump administration.
No surprise, y'all, when his whole agenda was bought by big real estate and Wall Street billionaires. They bought City Hall so that the wealthiest New Yorkers could get more while the rest of us fight for crumbs. And 4 years later, we once find ourselves again facing a corrupt politician who's ready to do the bidding of billionaires. The same wealthy developers that bought Eric Adams have paid for Andrew Cuomo.
She's not bad on the mic. Not bad, not bad. the aesthetics of this was gonna look really fucking bad. Boricua, brown woman, from her fucking, like, literally from the city, from her, like, that's her fucking barrio, that's her neighborhood, that's it. To support Lander, some gabacho, some white dude. It's not gonna look good, man.
Me too. Because that's right. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
Because I've stood up over and over to demand a ceasefire in Gaza, an end. That's right. That's right. That's right. We want to end the genocide and we want a free Palestine.
Lander ain't gonna say that. Lander ain't gonna say that.
So the billionaires want a rubber stamp mayor, they want a rubber stamp council, but there's no check big enough to stop me from fighting for the city's working class. So besides, we have in this room something more powerful than the billionaires' money, and that's people power.
Woo! People power.
And to elect Zohran. We beat the billionaires by talking to our neighbors about working class champions. We need you to make my vision and Zohran's vision for an affordable New York a reality. So I stand before you.
No. Let me correct you here. Let me update you. It's not you and Zohran's vision anymore. It's just your vision now. That's not what he's focused on. God damn, that sucks for her.
Tonight, so proud to be a part of the movement that's saying no to billionaire rule, that's saying no to rent hikes, that's saying no to ICE and mass deportation, that says no to ripping students away like Dylan Contreras and Mahmoud Khalil. We say no to doing the bidding of Donald Trump. New York deserves leaders who will fight for the working class. So join us in South Brooklyn and knock doors for me and Zohran. Together, we will send the billionaires packing, and we will win. We will win. We will win.
I don't know. Lander makes some good fucking points. Hey, bro, like, Mamdani's fucking asked you, bro. I like that shit though, man. Be a fucking scumbag. Be a fucking traitor to your fucking cause. Fuck it. God damn. And somebody I seen this here. And it's funny as fuck because you see her campaigning here, giving a great speech, and somebody is like, well, actually, maybe. Let me close this out. We'll come back to this. Well, actually, because Zohran doesn't have the memory of a goldfish, it doesn't make it right. But he probably remembered Alexa being reluctant to endorse him. And this is in response to our good friend Black Red Guard. So basically, Zohran, a DSA member, is gonna be endorsing Brad Lander, who is not a DSA member, over Alexa Aviles, a DSA member, in New York's 10th. LOL, laugh my fucking ass off. Yeah, no shit, wait, come on. So these are the Mamdani supporters, by the way. This is the excuse that they're giving. He didn't endorse soon enough. Mind you, Hakeem Jeffries didn't endorse to the last minute, and he still secured Zohran's endorsement and him gatekeeping any challengers towards Jeffries. And you see the fucking communists and the fucking damn, bro. Wild stuff. I liked it just to save it. You gotta do that shit sometimes. Let me see here. There's another one here. But this shit's so fucking pathetic. There's one more excuse, I'm pretty sure. There's one more excuse that I wanted to cover on this shit. Somebody criticized from the police LA for not filming ICE enough or at all, or not focusing on ICE, and it pissed me off. It pissed off a lot of people because it's like, bro, like his focus is literally, his name is Film the Police LA. His focus has been on the LAPD, which has always been around. He shouldn't have to change his entire platform and his entire mission for, the search of ICE. Because if ICE ever gets, tapered down or the kidnappings get reduced, the LAPD is not gonna has never, slowed down. So that was annoying. So I want to look at this. Yeah, I couldn't find what I was looking for. But we'll look at this real quick.
Supporters were confused or maybe even very upset by Zohran Mamdani keeping on Jessica Tisch as NYPD police commissioner. But why back Hakeem Jeffries?
I would have said don't do that probably. I would love probably a little more information about why that decision was made.
Do you guys have influence with him? And then what does accountability look like moving forward?
We're learning a lot as we go along over this past decade about thinking about how we govern within the United States in the belly of the beast, like knowing that left governments around the world have really struggled with a lot of these basic questions.
I and everybody.
I hate these fucking preview shit. Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck is going on?
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, really glad to be here.
Well, I'm really glad to have you all on. There is so much to talk about. I want to talk to you about the exciting stuff. I want to talk to you about some of the more challenging DSA. Importantly, because one of your members just historically won the New York mayoral race, Zohran Mamdani, which happened, my gosh, it's almost been a month now. Probably when this episode airs, it will have been a month since he won. And he didn't just win, he won really big, despite being red baited, despite the weaponization of anti-Semitism, the conflation of socialism with extremism, the demonization of Palestine.
No, the conflation with democratic socialism with socialism and communism.
Solidarity, the insane level of Islamophobia, and on and on and on. Both parties tried to defeat him. So I guess
real quick, to John Trudell. When I first met, when I ran into From the Police LA, Rob was giddy. And I think he noticed. It was so chill, so polite, and he really did take his time to talk to me, which I appreciate. But yeah. All respect him. And also what he's doing to challenge the power and influence of Scientology in the area is really, really important, and he's so fucking ahead of the curve. Because if they have their way, Scientology is gonna like take over, California, at least Southern California, the way that Mormons took over Utah, or control Utah, I should say.
Before we kind of get into the deep stuff, what do you think this says about the political moment that we're in, that all of that failed to prevent him from being elected on the platform he ran on?
We both have a lot to say about it. But yeah, this is such a huge moment for the left, and Zohran's win comes out of years of building that New York City DSA and organizations across New York City have been building for the better part of 8 years. DSA grew very quickly after 2016, after the Bernie Sanders presidential race, but has become, a pretty fundamentally different organization over the past decade. We've built a lot of institutional power that comes out of movement organizing.
I don't want to be messed up. But this is who he reminds me of. Let me see. This is who he reminds me. And this is a compliment. I swear this is a compliment. Let me see if I can find it. This is who it reminds me of. I'm so sorry. Watch. You'll see it.
You've been looking up too much pornography and you forgot how the regular sheriff's computer works.
Reno 911 is absolutely like top tier fucking show. But yes, I'm fucked up, whatever.
That comes out of labor organizing. The electoral project that we're building is increasingly independent and, operating off of the initiative of members. So Zohran himself.
Do you see it now? Because I as soon as I saw this gentleman, I'm sure he's a great guy. I don't think that he's dating a pig. I don't think that he is a secret murderer. But I can't unsee it. Welcome to my mind.
Himself comes out of organizing as a member. I think he joined at DSA around the same time a lot of us who are members now did, in that sort of post-Bernie Trump bump that we had, where a lot of people were looking for a real alternative. And he started as a member. He organized on some of New York City DSA's first campaigns, and just came up through the ranks as a member before he became a candidate, before he even was a member of the assembly. And when he got into the assembly, it was as a bloc of New York City DSA socialists in office. And they had 4 years of experience operating as a bloc, being pretty antagonistic against the Democratic establishment in New York State, and working with labor unions, working with movement organizations. And, just the growth of the Palestine movement in the past 2 years really can't be overstated, how that's factored into this. So, all these things really came together.
Yeah, he used it for momentum and then just fucking betrayed it. How is that a compliment? In terms of the Reno 911, that character's fucking awesome. That's how. Look, there's certain characters that just stick with you. There's a reason why this guy reminded me of him immediately. I'm not trying to besmirch him or ridicule him or anything like that. Just literally reminded me of him, and that's a dope. It's probably top 4 characters of Reno 911 that aren't part of the sheriff's the sheriff's thing. Of course, Nick Swartzen's character is number 1 in my book, but there's a couple other recurring characters that are just amazing in the series. But yeah,
together really powerfully, and we have a lot to do to figure out what's next and how to actually govern from the left in a city like the wealthiest city in the world. So obviously there are tons of challenges there, but this is the biggest win for the left in the United States electorally in a century. So it comes out of a lot of hard work. It didn't come out of nowhere. And, there's a lot we need to keep doing to keep building. But, at the end of the day, DSA's theory of change.
Yeah, Terry's fucking awesome. The fuck? Terry's fucking awesome. He's fucking great.
Change is not just about electing people who have good policies that we think are going to be nice and do the right thing in office because they're good people. We know it's collective organization. It's a whole inside-outside strategy, and there's a lot of movement pressure that needs to keep building and organizing to make all these things possible and, expand towards the socialist horizon. We know that we're not going to win socialism in one city.
What's really annoying is I could have skipped all this because it's such a PR fucking happy answer, and I don't know if he's gonna say anything better afterwards. But also, I just felt like a waste of time.
That comes out of a movement more, and that has a more politically left foundation. And so I guess I'd want you to maybe expand on that a little bit in the sense of what do you think makes Zohran Mamdani different as a political figure than maybe the AOC, the Squad, and the Bernie Sanders sort of segment of the Democrats. And I guess I maybe speak to that significance here because I think that's pretty crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie's a unique example because he is he's like our weird old uncle, right? He's been holding it down for so long, and you hear him sometimes, you're like, yes, Bernie. And then other times you're like,
oh God, okay, fine.
All right, Uncle Bernie's at the table talking again.
Yeah, what times are those? What times are those? When he's glorifying Golda Meir? When he's talking about his time in the kibbutzim? When he's glorifying Donald Trump and ICE and the kidnapping of people off the streets? Oh yeah, when your fucking uncle says some racist dumbass shit in the table, he is not a political figure. Bernie is. Bernie has political power, and he's further legitimizing National Socialism. That is his project. It's not oh, Bernie, here you go again. No. And again, when I talk about seeing these counterinsurgent propagandas as our enemies, Bernie Sanders, let's say everything Bernie Sanders did was amazing. Let's just say he was that fucking guy that rat lips pretend that he is. The Zionism alone for the genocide of Palestinians should be disqualifying, but it isn't. It isn't. Because these fucking people don't actually see Palestinians as human beings. They don't.
And that's just sort of how it is. He's extremely independent to the point where, I don't think he is organizing with people. I think that actually organizing is what develops our politics. And so that's why we see.
Sorry. He is or isn't extremely independent?
Bernie's at the table talking again. And that's just sort of how it is. He's extremely independent to the point where, I don't think he is organizing with people. I think that
He's not, because she kind of sobs herself. Hold on.
we'll talking again. And that's just sort of how it is. He's extremely independent to the point where
He's not, or he is extremely independent. Because he might run as an independent, but he's always doing what the Democratic Party wants.
I don't think he is organizing with people. I think that actually organizing is what develops our politics, and so that's why we see sort of a different crop of kind of organizer politicians coming out in the last couple cycles in a way that AOC had done some organizing, but it was kind of in the like old school NGO model, and so she maybe was like a bridge between like Bernie.
Hold on. Please, when people don't mention that AOC was an intern for Kennedy, it always says so much about them. Either they don't know that, and they need to do more fucking homework before they start speaking, or they're trying to push that image of her just being a working class bartender
Who just like read a stack of books, right? He hadn't like organized since the 70s, so he's whatever. We love Bernie, also weird uncle. AOC had come out of like a
we're calling fucking supremacists weird now. They're just weird. What the fuck is going on, bro? So fucking pathetic.
NGO organizing milieu, and then you go another in generation's a weird thing to say because it's like 3 years, right? But you go a few years and you get people who had come up through organizing because all of this is developing really fast, right? Like the organized left in the US had gotten so small because of the Red Scare, because of various policies and decisions that were made to make sure it stayed small, sometimes on both sides. So yeah, you see these sort of organizer politicians, right? Who because they're organizing with comrades, because they're engaging in this sort of work of democracy, they're always kind of developing.
I mean, a prime example why I hate the word comrade, why I try not to use it.
Their ability to analyze a situation, to read the political moment, and to come up with solutions for problems that are both big and kind of horizon-y and also immediate problems in front of them, and know how to kind of work within a movement, right? Like sometimes you have to convince people of your ideas. Sometimes you're gonna have, because you're in a certain role, because you're already in leadership or something, you're gonna be able to say things and people are gonna be like, yeah, probably that's fine. Other times you're gonna have to really work to make people agree with you and be ready to throw down the work for it. So Zohran really comes out of that milieu where he has been a leader, he's a trusted leader, but also knows how to personally actually get people to do work, but also to find people who can organize, so much of organizing is delegation. And so he, found a good batch of people right below him to kind of deal with field and comms and all those things. So it's coming out of that organizing milieu is going to mean not only a powerful political, machine ability, but also the constant and regular feedback that lets you really be a politician of the people and really hear from the folks who you're there to represent.
What is going on with Breakthrough News, bro? Like, you're supposed to be either officially or unofficially the media arm of the PSL, and you're over here allowing these people to, like, I hate using the word glaze, to be honest, because I'm old and I shouldn't be using that word, to uncritically hype up Mamdani. This idea that because he was an organizer, I don't know to what extent he was actually a local organizer. When I'm honest about what I do, technically you can call it union organizing. You absolutely could. And I'll fight you on that for what I do. I don't think I'm doing nearly enough to earn that fucking title. So what exactly was Mamdani doing that they're pushing forward this idea that he was a local organizer? Again, I'm suspicious of it because Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez was pushed as just a working class bartender, and the fact that she was, being groomed by the Democratic Party through, the Kennedys is not talked about. And it makes you sound like fucking conspiracy theorists, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, what is really going on? What is happening? It's so easy, and that's why I push back against it. Just because you have a title doesn't mean you're doing the actual fucking work, or the work to the extent that it needs to be done, right? I've got a title. I don't do the work enough to feel comfortable being anyone describing me as a union organizer. I just don't. Because I know that there's people, potentially like Mamdani, who will take advantage of that language, of that title, despite not actually doing the necessary work. I just try my best not to be a fraud like these fucking people. Milieu counter number 3, yeah.
And with that in mind, of course, there's a couple things that have
By the way, if you're using the word milieu so often like that, I already know what type of fucking person you are, and I don't want to be around you. I do not want to be around you. You are fucking unbearable. You don't talk like a normal fucking person.
taken place where, I think after there was like the excitement of the winning, and then a few weeks have gone by, a few things have happened, and I think we can look at some of these things with a bit more of a critical eye. And I would imagine, DSA is looking at some things with more of a critical eye too. So
Sella 33, he was an organizer for Taxi Cab against Amazon and against funding for Israel. One of those things he's proven to already betray. So you get what I'm saying?
I'd love to get your perspective.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
On this, because I've used, as I'm sure you've seen, many people, even very ardent supporters, were confused or maybe even very upset by Zohran Mamdani keeping on Jessica Tish's NYPD.
They were confused. They're like, what? Jessica Tish, I'm so confused with that. No, bro. No. They weren't confused. They were appalled. They were upset. They were angry. They were enraged. They felt betrayed, but they weren't confused. They're not like children. What's going on? Mamdani, what's happening? No, they weren't fucking doing that shit, bro.
NYPD police commissioner. And I want to ask this very respectfully, but also very honestly, because this is, a lot of this is coming from activists, especially Palestinians, especially students who have been active around that issue, because we know that Tish is not some neutral person. I mean, I know you guys know, I'm just kind of laying this out for the audience. She comes.
Why be respectful? Why be, I'm like, what the, you're aligning with fucking Zionists, white supremacists. There's no need to be fucking respectful, especially towards Mamdani and those defending this.
From this very billionaire Zionist family. She oversaw the NYPD crackdown on the 2024 pro-Palestine campus encampments. She defended the mass arrests at Columbia and CUNY. She basically helped train the NYPD to understand the keffiyeh and the watermelon as symbols of anti-Semitism, and sort of on and on and on. She's very, very hawkish when it comes to the genocide in Gaza, because I guess there is like a spectrum of support for genocide somehow in this country, and she's a pretty ardent supporter of it. So all that's to say, obviously the criticism has been that he's kept her on. So the question, I guess, from like the movement.
It's funny because I have a weird way of describing certain words, but milieu, for me, has always, for whatever reason, reminded me of pudding. So just imagine like you're a person, an individual, group, whatever, organization in pudding. And so the milieu is everything surrounding it. Everything surrounding it, the environment, whatever. But I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe because it's French. I think of food. And it's definitely fucking stupid. But I've always thought of that. Like if it was a dish, but I know that it's not a food. But I'm like, I've always seen it as like somehow like the sticky things, the things that you're making contact with. If you were to be put in pudding, I don't know why. And chocolate pudding to be specific.
People becomes, why keep someone who actively criminalizes the Palestine Solidarity Movement, and who Trump, by the way, even loves for that very reason, among others. And maybe there is, I'd love to hear from you guys. I don't know, maybe you guys are critical of this as well. Like what is the political or moral logic behind that decision? And I guess.
Yeah, is it too fast? It's just at 1.25. I'll leave it. Let me know if it's too fast. Let me know.
Where does DSA stand on that decision?
Yeah, I can start answering. I think, there's a whole range of, it's a big question that is really hard. Like I don't think any of us, I don't think either of us are happy about, keeping somebody like that on. I think it raises a lot of big questions about, just about power and about governing that, we're not coming into this with a fully fleshed out program for how we govern a city like New York City and enact a left agenda. So I think, part of this is being self-critical and honest about what we think our power is, and there's going to be a whole range of perspectives across, like within DSA, across the broader left, and I think people should be critical and have a critical eye about roles like these. To me, just even before this decision came to appoint Jessica Tish, or reappoint her, a lot of questions were coming up about just how to orient to policing in general, like just knowing that he could win and then be in charge of the NYPD, which is larger than many militaries around the world, right? Just at a basic level, that's a big thorny question that I think people in left governments in like throughout the global south have struggled with. Throughout Latin America, this has been a pretty critical question of like how does the left party relate to the military, right? So I think just with the left being so new, like everything Megan was saying about how we're learning a lot as we go along over this past decade about thinking about how we govern within the United States and the belly of the beast, like knowing that left governments around the world have really struggled with a lot of these basic questions. I don't think there are easy answers, and I think around policing in particular, this has been something that the left has really struggled with since 2021, a year after the uprisings of Black Lives Matter, where this was just the most animating cause for people across the country, not just on the left. But then the reaction to abolition, to defund police demands was clearly so much stronger than what the movement was ready for, and the movement energy dissipated for a lot of reasons that I think a lot of us are still unpacking. Within DSA, I think there's still a lot of conversations that we're kind of overdue to have, and I think across the left, people are really overdue to have about what we think is the near-term program for tackling policing. Like all of the issues that we were talking about in 2020 are still there, right? They haven't gone away. I guess I'll say like this doesn't directly answer your question, but a lot of people, I think, even beyond DSA, I've heard from abolition.
You haven't. You're just rambling. You don't need a blueprint. You don't need to have everything, like every political position, every political like strategy, every political maneuver, jot it down to say, hey, I'm not gonna keep a devoted. I'm not talking about being anti-Zionist. I'm talking about a devoted Nepo fucking baby as police commissioner. Her family literally has a zoo, a biblical zoo in the Zionist entity. You don't need all this fucking word salad rambling. Oh my gosh, bro. Now I feel bad for Terry. Now I feel bad for the fictional murderer for comparing him to this guy. Congratulations. You've forced me to insult Terry, who is on death row. Man. This is horrendous. We should keep a fucking timer next time.
Abolitionist organizers who were, fully engaged in the protests throughout that year, a lot of their conclusion was kind of that, just the anti-demand, like saying no to policing and the whole carceral infrastructure, got ahead of what was always part of an abolitionist vision, which is that actually we should have public goods, we should have all these social services, all these positive things. That's part of an abolitionist vision. But kind of the negative framing got ahead, and the right wing and liberal centrists like fully ran with that fear mongering about public safety. All of that just like seeped in so deeply, including and especially with working class people. Like Eric Adams was elected mayor of New York City in 2021 as the black cop in chief, and he had strong working class support from black and immigrant New Yorkers. Like I was shocked to hear in my extended family in New York City suddenly being very concerned about public safety and absorbing a lot of these narratives that a few years ago that was not the case. So I think these are things that. Yeah, it's hard, but I think a lot of people on the broader left, including many abolitionists, have focused more on the positive. Like how do we show that we can have these positive things like social services, like a vision of community safety that's not based in just expanding policing, but the way that Zohran talked about it in this campaign was these other community safety programs, which basically does, at least for now, leave in place a lot of the bad things that we agree are bad. So
no, I totally understand.
How long did he speak for? How long did he fucking speak for and not give an answer? That was fucking brutal, bro. Did it just feel like fucking forever? Did it just feel like forever? Is that all it was? It was forever? Hold on, we're at 1642.
And maybe there is, I'd love to hear from you guys. I don't know, maybe you guys are critical of this as well. Like what is the political or moral logic behind that decision? And I guess where does DSA stand on that decision?
Yeah.
No way. He rambled for 4 minutes? Did anybody speak? No fucking way. 4 fucking minutes? No. Wait. She starts speaking here.
Policing force that like just massacred about
the way that Zohran talked about it in this campaign was these other community safety programs, which basically
1640. No, I'm tripping out, right? No, my God. I kind of want the transcript. Hold on. We're going to reenact this. I'm sorry, y'all. I want to see the transcript of this part here. All right, her question.
Or a lot of solidarity movement, and who Trump, by the way, even loves. Some kept her ardent supporter of it, because I guess there is like a spectrum of support for genocide somehow in this country.
Okay, not to defend this guy, but Rania has always been a little bit long-winded with her questions. Which, I mean, it's fine. She always sounds like she's having a good time, so whatever.
She basically helped train the NYPD
But she is giving valuable information for, people tuning in of why we should be opposing Jessica Tisch. Hold on.
Understand the keffiyeh and the watermelon as symbols of anti-Semitism, and sort of on and on and on. She's very, very hawkish when it comes to the genocide in Gaza, because I guess there is like a spectrum of support for genocide somehow in this country, and she's a pretty ardent supporter of it. So all that's to say, obviously the criticism has been that he's kept her on. So the question, I guess, from like the movement people
Okay, here's the question.
becomes, why keep someone who actively criminalizes the Palestine Solidarity Movement, and who Trump, by the way, even loves for that.
Okay, the question is, why keep someone on like Jessica Tisch, who proactively was trying to criminalize and vilify the pro-Palestinian movement, right?
That very reason, among others. And maybe there is, I'd love to hear from you guys. I don't know, maybe you guys are critical of this as well. Like what is the political or moral logic behind that decision? And I guess
what is the political or moral logic behind that decision to keep on Jessica Tisch?
Where does DSA stand on that decision?
Yeah.
And where does DSA stand on this decision? All right. There's got to be the transcript. I got to see the transcript. Where are we? We are 12:20. I'm so fucking stupid, but we're doing this. 12:20. Okay. So here we go. Looking for light. Oh Lord, I've been arguing with members of the DSA chapter, my DSA chapter, about this since yesterday. This was such a bad interview. This is gold. I'm sorry. Looking for find the Twitch chat. No, I can't reenact it because it's gonna be the whole time. I can't. I'm not trying to be a dick. To Terry, I'm not trying to be a jerk to Terry. I'm not a good person. I'm really not. All right. We're gonna. This is his answer. Okay. Yeah. I can start answering. I think there's a whole range of it's a big question that is really hard. Like I don't think any of us. I don't think either of us are happy about, keeping somebody like that on. I think it raises a lot of big questions. Let me answer your question with with bigger questions. All right. Just about power and about governing that, we're not coming into this with a fully fleshed out program for how we govern a city like New York City. You need a fleshed out program to know you need to get rid of the Zionist police commissioner. Fuck. All right. And enact a left agenda. So I think, part of this is being self-critical and honest about what we think our power is. You have the power to get rid of her. You know that much about your power. And there's going to be a whole range of perspectives across, like within the DSA, across the broader left. And I think people should be critical and have a critical eye. But like roles like these, to me, just even before this decision came to a point, Jessica Tisch, reappoint her, a lot of questions were coming up about just how to orient to policing in general. Like just knowing that he could win and then be in charge of the NYPD, which, larger than many militaries around the world, right? Just at a basic level, that's a big thorny question that I think people in left governments in like throughout the global South have struggled with throughout Latin America. This has this has been a pretty critical question of like, how does the left party relate to the military, right? Okay, so now it's not the LAPD, now it's the military. Okay, cool. So I think just like with the left being so new, like everything Megan was saying about how we're learning a lot as we go along, we're all learning here. We're all trying our best. Over this past decade, about thinking about how we govern within the United States in the belly of the beast, gotta get that in there. He knows the lingo. Like knowing the left government around the world have really struggled with a lot of these basic questions. I think there are easy answers. I don't think there are easy answers. Well, can we just get an answer though? Just one? Just one answer to the question asked? No. We have bigger questions before we get to the answers. And I think around policing in particular, this has been something that the left has really struggled with since 2021. A year after the uprisings, Black Lives Matter, where this was just the most animating cause for people across the country, not just on the left, but the reaction to abolition, to defund police demands, was clearly so much stronger than what the movement was ready for, and the movement energy dissipated. So the demands were stronger than what the movement was ready for. Meaning like what they could like like what they can actually like accomplish? Is that what he's saying? Wow. Okay. So the problem was that the movement was too much? The demands were stronger than what could be accomplished by the movement, if we're being generous, okay? So it dissipated. Not because the Democratic Party came and co-opted, abolish the police, or defund the police, which is, pushing forward here. Again, the moment that they came out with defund the police instead of abolish the police, you're going to start seeing this watered down and erasure of abolish the police. Okay. Dissipated for a lot of reasons, but I think a lot of us still are still unpacking. Oh, we have to unpack. We have to unpack before we can replace Jessica Tisch. Okay, now I'm starting to understand. I'm so glad I'm reading this. I'm so glad I'm reading this chat. Within DSA, I think there are still a lot of conversations that we're kind of overdue to have. And I think across the left, people are really overdue to have about what we think is the near-term program for tackling policing. So until we have those conversations on the left, we can't replace Jessica Tisch as police commissioner, because we need to unpack and have these conversations. We need to have these dialogues. We need to have these hearts to heart. Still a lot of conversations that we're kind of overdue to have. And I think across the left, people are really overdue to have about what we think is the near-term program for tackling policing. Like all the issues that we are talking about in 2020 are still there, right? Haven't gone away. I guess I'll say like this doesn't directly answer your question. He says, I know I'm spewing bullshit right now. I know I'm throwing all the shit into the fan, like all of it. All of the feces into the fan. I know that as soon as I let go, I unclench the shit on my hands and it makes contact with that fan, is going to blow right in my face. I'm acknowledging that. That's what he's saying. I guess I'll say like this doesn't directly answer your question, but by the way, he goes on for another 2 minutes after saying he's not answering her question. But a lot of people I think, even beyond DSA, I've heard from abolitionist organizers who were fully engaged in the protests throughout that year, a lot of their conclusions was kind of that, just the anti-demand, like saying no to policing and the whole carceral infrastructure, got ahead of what was always part of an abolitionist vision, which is that actually we should have public goods. What the fuck? No. You see, the abolitionists, they were like, no, we can't focus on ending policing and ending the carceral system because we need public goods. Holy shit. He has never spoken to abolitionists in his life. He's probably afraid of them. We should have all these social services. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. What? Okay. We should have all these social services, all these positive things. That's part of an abolitionist vision. What the fuck does this have to do with keeping Jessica Tish on? But kind of the negative framing got ahead, and the right wing, and liberal centrists, those liberal centrists, not like me and you, not like us over here, but those liberal centrists. Yeah, okay, pal. Look over there, a liberal centrist. Yeah. Jeez. Liberal centrists like fully ran with that fear mongering about public safety. All of that just like sped in so deeply, including and especially with working class people. Like Eric Adams was elected mayor of New York City in 2021 as, the black cop and chief. And he had strong working class support from Black people and immigrant New Yorkers. Like, I was shocked to hear, in my extended family in New York City suddenly being very concerned about public safety and absorbing a lot of these narratives that, a few years ago, that was not the case. So I think these are things that, it's hard, but I think a lot of people on the broader left, including many abolitionists, so many of them have focused more on, the positive, like how do we show that we can have these positive things like social services, like a vision of community safety that's not based in just expanding police, but the way that Zohran talked about it in his campaign was these other community safety programs, which basically does, at least for now, leave in place a lot of the bad things that we agree are bad. So no, I mean, I don't mean, I totally understand, like the policing issue is not, once you actually get power, it's not an easy one to deal with, especially in a city like New York. And you're absolutely right when you think about Brazil. What the fuck? Like, we heard this, but it's just so fucking wow. It's so holy shit. He got possessed by the spirit of Michael Brooks. Wait. Oh man. Where are we? Okay. You think about Brazil and Lula da Silva and having to deal with a Brazilian police force that like just massacred a bunch of people, like last month. So that's, I'm not saying like it's easy just to go in there and change everything with a swoop of a pen. Okay, so I do want to address this because I was supposed to cover this. I'm not sure we ended up doing it or not, but yes, the mass murder of Brazilians. Barr wrote about that. Did we not cover it? It's was it Barr or was it somebody else? Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, because there's a Brazilian lawmaker from the Landless Rural Workers Movement demand investigation of planned massacre that left 121 dead. State legislator Marina dos Santos of MST, together with 9 other opposition lawmakers, submitted a request to open Parliamentarian Commission of Inquiry (CPI) to investigate responsibility for Operation Containment, which left 121 people dead in the Benja and Elemo complexes.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat, Lion Dad. You know, I really, don't want to answer the question, well, I can't, I'm not gonna say that. Owens is the #1 podcaster right now. My crew and I are true liberal centrists, Thank you so much for the super chat. I love y'all, but please remember that I have to read these out loud sometimes. So if I get distracted, I don't want to accidentally just read something and not. All right. So this was something I don't think we ended up covering, and my apologies for that. But I had seen this, on Bar article, and I was like, wow, like it's just. I thought it was important to cover, and I didn't. That's my failure. We'll get back to this. I just want to read this real quick. We see the CPI as a massacre, not just of the operation. It is also to examine the entire public security process in Rio de Janeiro, which lacks a serious, responsible project that places people's lives and dignity at the center. Marina criticized the conduct of Governor Claudio Castro, Bolsonaro's far-right Liberal Party, and the Secretary of Public Security Victor Santos, noting that information was concealed and there was no transparent planning. Quote, Governor Claudio Castro has said many fallacies, many lies about this process. He uses death, he uses coffins to build up a political electoral stage, preaching massacre and terror, she claimed. The legislator also raised suspicions that the operation allegedly prepared over the course of the year was carried out irregularly. Quote, it was planning of a massacre carried out in secret, an operation done privately, without coordination among authorities, without intelligence, and which turned Rio into a war zone. There's a great deal of illegality, many signs of cruelty, bodies stabbed in the back, tied to explosives. Families are having to enter the forest to look for bodies. Wow. The Secretary of Security himself said that the cameras of the 2,000 police officers were turned off. How is that possible? There are clear intentions to hide what happened. Because of this, the legislator announced that she had sent a request to the Public Prosecutor's Office, the Ministry of Human Rights, and the Human Rights Commission of the Federal Chamber, requesting oversight and an independent forensic investigation into the deaths. The biggest criminals are not in the favelas. Marina also pushed back against the narrative that violent operations provide security for the population. Who in the city feels safer after this massacre? Organized crime is not only in the favelas, the biggest criminals do not live in the communities. What we saw was more insecurity, uncertainty, and mourning. For public security cannot use death as its main tool, but rather the defense of everyone's lives. So, and I'll add this to the chat, y'all, but just to say that this motherfucker bringing this up, trying to weaponize this massacre to shield Zohran Mamdani from criticism of keeping a Zionist as police commissioner is, you have to understand, is abhorrent, is disgusting, is disrespectful to all those that were, massacred in this. Because what he's trying to say is like, oh, well, look, it's difficult to deal with these police commissions. with these police officers, it's difficult to deal with policing in general. Zohran Mamdani is facing the same fucking struggle that Lula da Silva is facing in Brazil because of Bolsonaro. It's just a gross comparison. It's not even the same fucking. And by the way, Lula has blood on his hands for this as well. Let's not mistake that for a second. Jesus, bro. I'm sorry. I know we were having a good time, but that is inexcusable. Inexcusable. Using their deaths. This fool is using their deaths to cover for Zohran Mamdani's allegiance to the Zionist fucking operators. I think he wraps up here somewhere. Jesus. You think about Brazil and Lula da Silva and having to deal with a Brazilian policing force that like just massacred a bunch of people, like last month. So I'm not saying like it's easy to just go in there and change everything with a swoop of a pen, but it's just seems pretty extreme to keep this particular figure on, and I think that's where the frustration comes in. And I want to hear from you on this. Okay, this is where she steps in, right?
It just seems, I'm not massacred a bunch of people.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Rania brought this point up. When did he stop talking, bro? My apologies. My sincere apologies.
Does, at least for now, leave in place a lot of the bad things that we agree are bad. So
no, I totally understand. Like the policing issue is that once you actually get power, it's not an easy one to deal with, especially in a city like New York. And you're absolutely right. Like when you think about Brazil and Lula da Silva and having to deal with a Brazilian policing force that like just massacred a bunch of people, like last month. So
I don't know why she does that. Why would you do this?
In a city like New York, and you're absolutely right. Like when you think about Brazil and Lula da Silva and having to deal with a Brazilian policing force that like just massacred a bunch of people.
Why do you do this? Why do this? Why do you do this? Just massacred a bunch of people. Woo! Knee slapper. Oh, man. I mean, my criticism stands. Why compare those two things? What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? Holy shit, bro.
And Lula da Silva and having to deal with a Brazilian policing force.
She was really laughing.
Force that like just massacred a bunch of people.
What the fuck is wrong with her, bro? What the fuck? This is somehow worse.
Like last month. So that's I'm not saying like it's easy to just go in there and change everything with the swoop of a pen, but it just seems pretty extreme to keep this particular figure on. I think that's where the frustration comes in, and I want to hear from you on this, Megan, too. But I think another thing that comes to mind.
Wow, that was wild. That was wild. Nervous laugh, perhaps. She's a pro though. She's been doing this for a while. Why is it? Unless you're nervous about making that comparison, that just doesn't like compute. Like nothing is holding, nothing held back Mamdani from removing this police commissioner, whereas Lula da Silva may not have jurisdiction for the police force that is under governance of a right-wing Bolsonaro, politically affiliated government official. I don't know, man. Wow, that was bad. All right, we spent way too much time on this. Hold on. Let me take a bathroom break, and then we'll jump onto the two more. We had two more stories. Let me see where we're at. Let's go here. Let me play this for y'all for a second. A little throwback, Where are we?
Solidarity with the resistance movement.
Hold on.
Or occupying.
I don't know. Y'all want me reading this entire time.
Are smearing the Palestinians, the Hamas. I mean, just sharing their ideas and their thoughts.
Damn, I was just reading this entire fucking.
So let's make that very.
I don't know if y'all want to hear me fucking struggle to read. It didn't get any easier back then. Let me see something here. It's a little bit more entertaining, perhaps. Perhaps. Where are we? Yeah, this is fine, I guess. No, not 7 months. It's got to be like a good solid year, right? Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this.
Held hostage by Israel. The countless Palestinians being tortured by Israel.
I'll repeat, the threat of Hamas poses to the people of Israel must be eliminated. And given the immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire.
Yo, she said it. She said immediate ceasefire. All right. Yo, Kamala Harris, 2024, we're doing this. This is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for, right? An immediate ceasefire. You heard the crowd. There's no Democratic, no DNC plans in that crowd at all. She said the words. Fuck yeah, we're here. We've made it. All right. Woo! Kamala Harris, 2024. All right.
For at least the next 6 weeks, which is
for at least the next 6 weeks.
What is currently on the table.
Which is what's currently on the table. All right. Kamala Harris has managed to co-opt the term ceasefire. That's something else. All right. Harris ceasefires call actually same pause Biden called for weeks ago. What she asked for isn't a ceasefire, it's a pause to the genocide, one advocate said. This is by Sharon Zhang on Truth Out. On a campaign stop on Sunday, Vice President Kamala Harris called for a 6-week pause, which she called a ceasefire, in Israel's attack in Gaza, co-opting the phrasing that pro-Palestinian advocates have been using for months to instead promote what advocates would simply amount to a pause to the genocide. In a speech in front of the historic Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, and the way that these tokens, these sellouts, just massacre, just decimate, pollute, corrupt the historical significance that they're supposed to represent is unmatched. Like, white people could not do what these sellouts do. Harris paused after calling for an immediate ceasefire, allowing the crowd to cheer, before continuing on for at least the next 6 weeks, which is what is currently on the table. She blamed Palestinian leaders for not wanting the deal, though reports say that the negotiations are still ongoing, with Hamas forces unwilling to release all Israeli hostages until Israelis agree to withdraw its troops altogether and release some of the thousands of Palestinian hostages it has taken in recent months. And that was known since October 7th. That the settlers that the Palestinian Liberation Forces took were meant to be used in exchange for the indigenous Palestinians that were being held hostage by the Israeli settler colonial state. And yet when people call for a ceasefire, in this case a pause, right, on the genocide, they forget about that aspect. They forget and they don't highlight, they purposely exclude the fact that this was done in order to liberate Palestinian hostages, because there's no other way to negotiate with the settler colonial project. You cannot do it peacefully because it is inherently violent. All right. Harris' refusal to call for a permanent ceasefire comes as Israel's genocidal military campaign in Gaza has killed more than 30,000 Palestinians and injured 70,000, with thousands of people still missing under the rubble. Many news outlets, including ones with a demonstrated pro-Israeli bias, simply reported that Harris called for a ceasefire in the headlines, right?
All right, y'all. All right. Signing up for a brief moment. Man, we are at 3 hours and 25 minutes. I appreciate y'all being here. Got 101 people on the live stream. Appreciate all of you. And the likes are pretty fucking close. I think we're at like at 92 likes. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Get busy in the chat. Super chats are turned on if you want to help support the channel. The Patreon is up and running as well if you want access to the Discord and all the perks that come alongside with it. Anything and everything helps. But more importantly, get busy in the chat. It's not too scary. Don't be scared, homies. We're all good. We all get along. We have a good time here. There is one more Mamdani article that I wanted to make sure that we covered before we moved on. Let me make sure I have it here. Let me see. I almost forgot about it too. But again, it just highlights what a complete fucking vendido he is, and all those people that excused him time and time again as he licked the boot of the NYPD. We know who you are. We remember what you did. How you normalize and celebrate these fucking sellouts. How you pretend not to know better when you in fact do. A little bit down. And of course, it's a lagging to pop up, but here we go. Mamdani walks back prior call to boycott. I think I'm misspelling everything. Let's see here. All right. Mamdani walks back prior call to boycott Cornell Tech. New York City mayoral-elect Zohran Mamdani previously called for the boycott of Cornell Tech over its public-private partnership with Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, not long after he won a seat in the New York State Assembly in 2020, according to reporting in the New York Post. As per the reporting, Mamdani allegedly discussed the boycott in a podcast called Talking Palestine. He entrenched himself in the Palestinian movement and depended on it for on the ground, campaigning, and immediately betrayed it. Hosted by Democratic Socialist Sumaya Awad, citing Technion's ties to the Israeli Defense Forces in the Israeli-Palestine conflict and weapons development program. And again, calling it a conflict, you kind of see where this outlet is coming from. If you were to look at the lens of the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement and how it applies here in New York City, you would say that Cornell Technion is something you would be talking about, Mamdani reportedly said on the podcast, according to the New York Post. I'm sure that if we look close enough, there are either municipal subsidies or state subsidies granted to a project such as this on Roosevelt Island. As mayor-elect, Mamdani was asked by the Roosevelt Islander at a press conference whether he currently supports a boycott of Cornell Tech or if he has ever supported a boycott of Cornell Tech. While Mamdani did not explicitly say he would no longer boycott Cornell Tech, he did not think that the partnership was out of compliance with international law. What have I been saying? These motherfuckers, just like Norman Finkelstein, hide behind international law to excuse their continued support and normalization of the Zionist entity. A little higher. There we go. Oh, just a little bit. All right. Wherever the Eric Adams administration and previous administrations have taken us out of the compliance with international law, we'll return the city back into that compliance. This is how you know that he's not going to contest or fight or revoke, veto, whatever the fuck you want to call it, remove the executive orders that Eric Adams just pushed forward, because they don't violate international law. What were we going over in the previous streams? That this was perfectly worded so that Mamdani has an excuse to be like, oh, well, I can't do anything because it doesn't violate international law. This is why legitimizing the Zionist entity always helps, aids, and abets its normalization, its continued existence, those willing to, be partners with it, with having that shield of saying, oh, well, internationally speaking, it's fine. Fuck out of here with that. Upon questioning from the reporter, Mamdani elaborated that he does not think that Cornell Tech applies to what the Adams administration's done, appearing to say that he does not support the boycott of Cornell Tech. When asked about the organization's knowledge of the matter, Catherine Wild, president and CEO of the Partnership for New York City, wrote to The Sun that she has spoken to Mayor-elect Mamdani twice about this matter. Twice. And I am not aware of him ever suggesting a boycott of Cornell Technion. I believe that this is not an issue that we or the school need to worry about if we were to become Jesus fucking shit. If it were to become an issue, the partnership would continue to support the school. The Partnership for New York City is dedicated to advancing the city standing as a global center for economic opportunity, a goal supported by Cornell Tech's mission to make New York City a global hub for technological advancement. However, Mamdani has voiced strong support for Palestine as well as supporting economic and academic boycotts against Israel. Since being elected the mayor of New York City, Mamdani has the power to nominate individuals to the board of the Roosevelt Island Operating Corporation, the public benefit organization responsible for developing programs like Cornell Tech. This gives Mamdani the power to influence the future of the partnership between Cornell and Technion, possibly nominating individuals who oppose Israel. Possibly. So there's something to keep an eye on to see who he does or doesn't replace or put in those positions. The Cornell Young Democratic Socialists of America added to his call by condemning Cornell Tech's involvement with the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Cornell YDSA wrote in a statement to The Sun, Cornell University and Cornell Tech continue to cooperate and support the Israeli occupation and genocide in Palestine. You want to go check? It's just the mailman. Literally just the mailman. Where are we? When asked if Cornell has communicated with Mamdani or if they plan to engage with Mamdani's administration, the university spokesperson did not respond to the question. Instead, the spokesperson wrote that the enormous success of this academic collaboration between Cornell University and Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, proves that the university can be powerful economic engines as well and preserve New York City's status as a global technology leader. The spokesperson also did not directly respond to the question about whether Cornell Tech is directly involved with the IDF, given its partnership with Technion, the Israeli Institute of Technology, which is tied to the organization via the Advanced Defense Research Institute and the Center for Security Science and Technology. Oof. That's a long ass way to say, like, we're building death machines here. The program has launched nearly 130 tech ventures, collectively valued at $830 million, and 94% of them remain based in New York City, creating jobs and contributing to the city's tech ecosystem. Due to this economic success, the Cornell spokesperson stating that Cornell Tech expressed his desire to work with Mamdani and welcomed the opportunity to work with the new administration to help grow this important public-private partnership in New York City. Damn, bro. Another thing that he's going to walk back. Another thing that he's going to walk back. I mean, we just got to wait and see, but I mean, Jesus, bro. I think we're good there. Damn. All right, what were we missing? So, before we move on to the Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes shit, I mean, again, if Bernie Sanders is your fucking tío, Nick Fuentes is your fucking primo. Because you're just, at that point, you're just making fucking white supremacists part of your family. But, you know, people were asking what's up with you know, the whole Somali thing and the Manifest Destiny shit. We're gonna sound like fucking woke skulls or whatever the fuck Hassan and these reactionary liberals hide behind, right? Give me 1 second and pull it up. Just, it's gonna be a Twitter search, and it's always a little dangerous. Let's see here. Okay. Here we go. So in response to, you know, their vilification, oh, you guys can't see it. That's funny. Let me move it back a little bit. I just don't want to drop anything. In response to their vilification, there's this whole like parody or mocking of colonization. A lot of, you know, the Somali community, you know, in Minnesota is using the whole Zionist talking point of, hey, this land was promised to us, you know, 3,000 years ago, yada, yada. I actually know exactly where to, who I sent an example of this to. Let me see if I can find a better one. This one was actually pretty funny, but let's see. Oh, they deleted it. Why would you delete it? Here we go. Hopefully it pops up. And it works.
Red is what Somalis have. Meanwhile, every other area is what the Americans have. And somehow Somalis are the invaders. Stop anti-Somalism.
Now, a lot of, from what I've seen, a lot of AI stuff as well, which is, again, like, not necessary. We're like, what are we doing here, you know? So you see stuff like this.
Somalia. 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 Somalia.
The Somali.
Somali.
The Somali.
Somali. Somalia.
The Somali is Somalia.
Somalia.
Somali.
Somalians. Somali.
The Somali.
So I mean, there's been some funny stuff, not gonna lie. The problem is, oh shit, what the fuck was that, bro? The problem is, you know, you gotta know where you're at. You gotta know what you're benefiting from. And it always gets a little tricky when we're talking about like refugees, right? Because we understand that you're not coming here to colonize. You're here seeking refuge. But when you start promoting and propagating this genocidal narrative or making light of it, then I do think you've gone too far. Cool, mock these colonizers is all good. This is literally depicting the genocide of the indigenous population here. And then, instead of making light of that, you should be aligning with indigenous people and understanding your place in a post-settler colonial world, right? Notice what news, John Trudell? Oh, to John Trudell, I'm not sure what you're talking about. So you're just, putting a hijab on it. You're, making her black. I believe the Quran right here. So what are you saying here? What are you saying here? Like, you're trying to own the genocide of indigenous people? You're trying to co-opt settler colonization? So it goes from mocking, Zionists and their fucking bullshit claims to trying to make light and use this as a sort of like of joke. Because I understand if you're saying, hey, highlighting, hey, you're also foreigners here. You're also not native to this land. I understand that aspect of it. But this literally depicts indigenous people fleeing and being, chased down by so-called, Western civilization, right? From the barbarism, from. And for me, that highlights the settler realism of it all and how easy it is to perpetrate the myths and the narratives of the settler colonial project that you're benefiting from. Now, you're there because of the consequences of Western imperialism, of U.S. involvement, throughout the whole world, and the stabilization efforts to acquire resources and, geopolitical power. I understand that fact. And I do think that there needs to be a nuanced conversation about, immigrants versus refugees versus colonizers, all these. Yes. But when you're perpetrating shit like this, you're highlighting that you're not educating yourself on how you benefit from the colonization of the so-called Americas of Turtle Island. And then I start seeing like, oh, okay, so what you really want is truly equal rights. You want to be seen as an American at the end of the day. You don't oppose settler colonization. You're not advocating for land back, right? When you take this approach to it, it is a little gross. And it's very reminiscent to fools that like will be waving the Mexican flag at a Palestinian protest. Very reminiscent to that. It's like, hey, you need to educate yourself a little bit more before you start fucking acting up like this. No, the pilgrims are on the right-hand side, and the indigenous people are on the left. So the indigenous people are being pushed literally further and further west, while the pilgrims, the settlers, the colonizers, are bringing, you have the train, you have the phone lines, are bringing technology and advancement and civilization to this barren land. How would they make this reference if they don't know what what colonialism was about, though? Because it's a very popular image. I mean, it was on the, like, your school books didn't really talk about settler colonization the way that it should, but that image was very much present and shown. I mean, I think at this point they're just trolling, colonizers here. But when you do it like this, it's kind of like, yo, bro, like, you clearly don't care about your role here as if we're being honest, an uninvited guest of the indigenous population that have no say in how they regulate, their borders whatsoever. Why does that keep popping up there? Wait 1 second. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see. Let me put it under. So I just wanted to highlight that there is some funny stuff coming out, but I guess the question is, what the fuck are you joking about here? No, I don't, David Barnes. I don't. Unfortunately. And since Decolonized Buffalo, Rick took his ball and ran off again. And by took his ball, I mean took all the resources, information that he had provided, took them with him because cowards are fucking heading in the way that we don't fuck around with. All right. Let's see. We got to cover this for a little bit. Did they pull it?
And so
we're gonna just watch a little bit of this. We don't. It's so fucking stupid to to platform this guy. Is there a video of that? Hold on. President Donald Trump. All right, President Donald Trump said Wednesday that the United States has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela as tensions mount with the government of President Nicolás Maduro. Using U.S. forces to seize an oil tanker is incredibly unusual and marks the Trump administration's latest push to increase pressure on Maduro, who has been, charged with narco-terrorism in the United States. The U.S. has built up the largest military presence in the region in decades and launched a series of deadly strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats. With alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific Ocean, the campaign is facing growing scrutiny from Congress. I don't give a fuck, bro. We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large, largest one ever seized, actually. Trump told reporters at the White House, later adding that it was seized for a very good reason. Oh, okay then. All right then. Well, I'm glad to know that. Trump said other things are happening, but did not offer additional details, saying he would speak more about it later. When asked what would happen to the oil aboard the tanker, Trump said, "We'll keep it, I guess." The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to U.S. officials who was not authorized to comment publicly and spoke on the condition of anonymity. The official added that the seizure was conducted under U.S. law enforcement authority. I mean, at this point, unfortunately, the whole world would come down on him, but at this point, there's no reason for Maduro not to practice self-defense. Damn. All right, let's get to Bad Empanada's twin brother over here, Nick Fuentes, the other Latino.
Rumble, where you often come across as having, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes. Bro, this is so fucking funny. First of all, Piers Morgan is just doing this for fucking reviews, and here we are. I do feel responsible or responsibility to cover this because Nick Fuentes is, you know, a whitino who is this like Catholic, not even Christian, Catholic white nationalist. And we got some of those in the community. So unfortunately, like I feel that I do have to cover this, but also highlight how Piers Morgan is a discussing opportunities that should not be glorified whatsoever. In using this fucking comprador over here, the Free Press, Barry Weiss, a Zionist fucking publication, like just highlights. Too dark, yeah. What position Piers Morgan is coming from. Not from the left, not from the left. Just some pearl clutching, you're too obscene, you're too obvious, you're too loud about your white supremacist allegiance. The Free Press is like a Barry Weiss outlet that just got purchased by, was it CBS or was it NBC? I think it's CBS. Who bought the Free Press? Yeah. Yeah, it was funded by Barry Weiss in 2025. So it was purchased by Paramount Skydance. Jesus, man. So yeah, now she's the top editor at CBS News.
Fuentes knows exactly.
This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
So using a comprador, unless we got some fucking Coleman fans in the chat. Using a comprador to call out Nick Fuentes. A comprador that is being, hired and paid for by a white supremacist Zionist and Barry Weiss.
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million.
And the issue with this is like, you just gave Nick Fuentes like an easy dub immediately. Because what these people are doing right now is weaponizing anti-Semitism to garner support. Now, Nick Fuentes has always done this, but now it's a lot easier when you have fucking idiots like Jimmy Dore, when you have fucking idiots like Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Sellout Network, for the Jake Shields and the Nick Fuentes to, push this. What was it that, I gotta share this because this is fucking obscene. To conflate, just like Zionists do, to conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. These are not anti-Zionists. Understand that. These are not anti-Zionists. These are anti-Semites. If the U.S. wasn't propping up the Zionist project, they support it because they would want all Euro-American Jews to leave, their white Christian country and go to the Zionist entity. They just don't want to purchase it. They just don't want them here. Let me see if I got this here. It wasn't a like, that's why it was a post. This is like, man, and these are supposedly the macho man over here, bro. These are like the top guys. My apologies for introducing you to this, but look at it. Here, listen to this shit.
Common thing with the Holocaust that people
remember. This is Nick Cruz's homie right here. This is Nick Cruz's friend who he sells fucking Rhodesia t-shirts with.
And I think a common thing with the Holocaust that people don't think about is like how logistically ridiculous it would be to gas 6 million or 4 million people and then have to
again, like the Holocaust denialist fucking propaganda push forward.
what was it, 20,000 killed.
Hold on. We'll skip over that part.
Fall. So as not to violate.
It's too convincing. We can't listen to it, y'all. Look at this again. You see this face, and you're lucky if you're getting away with just a ticket. You're lucky if you're just getting away with the ticket and you see this fucking face.
Himself at the end of the First World War.
You know, the agreement that he had
at the end of the First World War, he was gassed.
I know.
And it actually blinded him. And during the fall of the Kaiser's empire, the Kaiser's Reich, which then started the Bolshevik and Weimar republics, because some of the German states didn't become part of the Weimar Republic. They actually became like communist Soviets. They became like sub-states. And while that was going on, he was blinded and he was in a hospital. And it's really important, I think, that anyone that is iffy about the legacy of Adolf Hitler or...
You know, if you're iffy about Adolf Hitler, yeah, okay.
About the kind of man that he was, they should read the legacy of Adolf Hitler, or about the kind of man that he was. They should read Mein Kampf, and they should hear from his own words as to why he had the beliefs that he had. And he...
let me lower this. So loud. My apologies. My apologies. So loud. My apologies. That was loud. My bad. My bad.
He didn't start his journey being this anti-Semite that wants to kill all the Jews, and like that's not the story of Adolf Hitler. The story of Adolf Hitler is someone who I admire, someone that deeply observed the universe before making a judgment. He was a truth seeker from day one.
Bro would just meditate. Hitler would just meditate and be like, these people are a truth seeker. A lot of people don't know this, but apparently HH had his fucking third eye completely open. His chakras were aligned.
He engaged in political discussions with anyone that he could. He was fascinated by, philosophy. He was fascinated by German history. He was fascinated by the British and, the British Empire, and America. And
yeah, I bet he was influenced by America.
You know, he was a very well-read and well-spoken young man who, by the nature of the poor economic circumstances, he was impoverished, and he was fundamentally a day laborer in slavery.
He was fundamentally a day laborer in poverty in slavery. HH was a slave, believe it or not. Believe it or not, he was a slave. Jesus.
Circumstances, he was impoverished, and he was fundamentally a day laborer in slavery.
A day laborer in slavery. Oh man, these are the people proactively trying to rewrite the history of chattel slavery here as indentured servitude.
Fighting for his daily bread. Working 1 or 2 days a week because there was just not enough laboring to go around to feed himself.
So he was a slave that that only worked once or twice a week? What?
Fighting for his daily bread. Working 1 or 2 days a week because there was just not...
He was a slave that only worked once or twice a week, bro. Oh man, that's victimized, like the true victimhood, forever in their fucking minds.
A day laborer in slavery, fighting for his daily bread, working 1 or 2 days a week because there was just not enough laboring to go around to feed himself. And he talked.
You know how when you're a slave and they're like, ah shit, like we don't have a job for you. Oh no, there's no work for you to do. You know, and then slaves are like, oh cool, we get to kick back to. What the fuck, bro?
Talks about in Mein Kampf going days without food so that he could afford a book, so he could read a book because he had that much of a love of knowledge. And he wasn't a failed artist. He was such a good artist in his particular style. He
wasn't he was everything he did not fail at. He was just too good at it. The people had misunderstood it.
Was encouraged to become an architect and not a kind of creative drawer. So it's like two different drawing pathways. And so all the smear campaigns against Adolf Hitler, they all fall flat on their face. They're all nonsense. Like And then there's obviously the more retarded ones, like, oh, he had one testicle, he raped his niece, he was
Had
a
a small
homosexual.
dick, they're saying
He had a
now. Now
small
they're saying
dick,
it a small
like,
dick, yeah.
You know, which they say about anyone.
Literally, like, this is why I wrote this. Dude, Hitler had the biggest. They're so fucking pathetic. They're so fucking pathetic. And remember, this is all part
and his
of this fucking video with Jake Shields, who's Nick Cruz, aka Socialist MMA from Revolutionary Sellout Network. That's his best buddy right there. That's his best buddy right there. Yeah. Linstack, this is your one and only warning. If you're out here denying the enslavement of HH, you're getting banned. He was not a serf. He was enslaved for 1 to 2 days out of the week. He had a part-time enslavement, all right? Now, you might, with your privilege, you might not understand that, but what he went through... Oh my gosh. Let me guess. You never heard of part-time enslavement? See, I only get enslaved during the weekends, so then I can have the rest of the week available. These are these idiots. Again, seal of approval, fucking cosign with Revolutionary Sellout Network.
By Larry Zen, free.
Oh shit! God damn! All right.
Press is just bought out by
How the fuck is it this loud?
CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But
hold on,
second,
let me turn this shit off because it's too loud, or is it just me? I'm saying turn off this shit.
I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor.
Yeah, sorry.
And memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions.
Literally wrong stream to throw up the okay sign. Wrong stream for that shit. God damn it. All right, so this is his excuse of why there's two Nick Fuentes.
But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
He's a truth seeker, just like his hero.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing.
David Barnes. So the whole spirit animal thing is no bueno, no bueno.
I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your...
Yes, this is Cal Kalinske. If Cal Kalinske didn't have to pretend to be not a complete racist, which he struggles to do anyways. And by the way, in case you haven't noticed, in case y'all didn't see this, and look, I've said this before, you always notice that like racist white people always name their dogs like a Spanish name, or they love saying like Spanish words. The Vanguard is no different. The Vanguard is no different. Casa del Vanguard. These fucking two white dudes from the Midwest. Oh, what happened here? Look at this. Look at this. These fuckers delete it. Fuck you, bro. Cal Kalinske fires back at Tabernacle for calling him racist over that Indian post, which we covered here. Absolutely racist. Absolutely racist. Do you think at any point these fools call Cal Kalinske a
That
racist?
it's all Indian scammers. So anyway,
Do you think at any point
really any different than the soy jacks or the wojas? You know, obviously because of the flag next to him is supposed to be Indian. It's obviously an edgy meme. I guess it's an edgy joke, but I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't think it's really any different than the soy jacks or the wojacks. You guys know what I'm talking about? The soy jacks and the wojacks of like white people pointing and laughing at things or being cringy. Like those are also, I guess, edgy, but I don't really see this as being all that much more offensive just because it's depicting a person with darker skin color that's from India. Now, I'm not saying it's not fucking at all. Like, I guess it's a little bit edgy. Like I said, I'll give you that.
oh, it's a little bit edgy. It's not a caricature. It's not a caricature of an Indian person. They don't even understand that this shit too, like this one right here, the white man, is also like a caricature of this fucking Viking ass wannabe looking ass fucking white person. And of course they downplay it. Oh, I guess it's a little edgy. But racist? I don't see how it's possibly in any way racist. Coming from the guy that uses the N-word. Coming from the guy that wants to did name conservative trans people.
In the same way that where Kyle is talking about how like fucking, you know, Elon Musk riding Trump's meat rocket could be interpreted as homophobic. Like if you really
But it is homophobic. All that shit about Trump and Putin, all those images of them like riding together, whatever, all that shit is homophobia. Again, it's just targeted bigotry. No, we're all good, David. You're all good. I mean, sometimes we just don't know this stuff. It's not like I think you did maliciously. You're all good.
really want to sit here and be like, as a gay man, riding a meat rocket is actually making love to me. And by describing it in that way, I'm offended. Like you could make that case as a gay person. I think that would be ridiculous.
No. The thing is, people on the left, it's ridiculous for people on the left that claim to be, you know, against homophobia, using gay, queer, using that as an insult. Even if you're not saying, oh, that's gay, bro, right? You're still making the premise of the joke is still, ha ha ha, they're homosexuals. The premise of those jokes are still, ha ha ha, they're homosexuals. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that they're gay for each other? That's the point of the whole Trump Putin jokes. That's the whole point of the Trump Elon jokes. And that's that fucking bro tips brain rot that Hassan Piker and the Vanguard push, Cal Kalinske included. These are all white dudes. And they excuse this shit because God forbid they're actually principled. God forbid they're actually forced to change anything in their lives, including their language, because that's too much to ask for.
In the same way that I think that it's ridiculous to actually imply that Kyle is being racist against Indians by basically just posting a soy jack meme.
This is a fucking 4chan Reddit ass fucking meme. He's being racist. You see what I'm saying? These people uphold white supremacy at every fucking term. It's whiteness over everything. Woe is me. That's all they can do. Woe is me. Whiteness over everything. God damn, I fucking hate these fucking people, bro. These are, with Cal Kalinske included, white supremacists. This is a fucking Wonder Bread white supremacist crew over here. And these fuckers will fucking prance their brown girlfriends around. For what? For what purpose? Fucking embarrassing, bro. Fucking embarrassing. Zach's girlfriend is Filipino, bro. Fucking embarrassing, bro. Have some goddamn self-respect.
Early years.
No fucking difference. No fucking difference between them and Nick Fuentes. No fucking difference between Nick Fuentes and Kyle Kalinske. Nick Fuentes isn't fucking hiding it. That's the fucking difference. Nick Fuentes isn't pretending to be something that he isn't. That's the fucking difference. But we all fucking see you for what you are. Exactly, Linstack. They always make sure to fucking grab themselves a sellout of Vendida. A brown girlfriend that they can use for fucking cover. That they can use for fucking brownie points. Nah, they fucking love whiteness. That's the fucking problem. And look, I don't give a fuck who you date, bro. But if you're gonna date fucking white people, have some fucking self-respect and hold them to a higher fucking standard. They've been dating for fucking years. And you got this motherfucker like this? You haven't fucking trained him properly at least? Fucking A. And bringing him around your family? Putting them in fucking danger? Being forced to put up with their racist fucking comments and way of thinking? God damn. Date who you want to date, but don't fucking claim that you love your fucking people. Don't claim that you're against white supremacy when that's who you're fucking dating. And I normally wouldn't speak on it, but they fucking pull her out whenever they need a fucking brown face. You know what I mean?
Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago and LaGrange.
Bro, Piers Morgan's like, tell me about your childhood. Tell me about your childhood. I don't give a fuck about your childhood, bro. But it's all a setup to be like, is your dad a racist?
You said this. We're looping. You said this.
No,
already.
but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black
Why is it
Americans.
so loud? Why is their audio so different? What the fuck? My bad, y'all.
Is that true?
No, well,
the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you.
Hold on, why would you fucking start this like way after the chapter thing?
Again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am, and so are my parents and my grandparents.
Hold on, Jesus.
Attack people and they destroy cars and light up the tree. They're shooting each other. 7 people the same way about black people that are all some of these people. So parents, unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live. I'll tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the most diverse cities. The only difference is we don't
problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems in London of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity.
Here we go. Sorry about all that. I don't know why they broke up the chapters this way.
When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this.
No,
already.
but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays and stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family, so.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad didn't like going to certain restaurants because those restaurants were black people. But he wasn't racist. He wasn't racist. In fact, my best friend in first grade was black. Bro, when you got to go back to first grade. Holy shit, bro.
Okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me.
Lives in the suburbs of Chicago.
to
said in
conclude a
jest.
certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a
I'm
way,
60.
right? You were born
I'm
in what,
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is.
Hold on. Adam leaves is like gone, banned. What's going on? Because fuck them, bro. Fuck them. Fuck Adam leaves, bro. Ban me from the Majority Reports chat. Ban me from the Vanguard's chat. No, actually, Zach did that himself, and then he timed me out, and then Adam leaves banned me because I was questioning their support and their narrative, their support for Marianne Williamson's, Zionist lies, and their fucking lies and narratives about the founding of the Zionist entity. Yes, what though? Were they banned? Were they removed? Huh. I need the achievement, David Barnes.
It's just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story.
Because somebody mentioned. Was that wrong? Somebody mentioned that Autumn Lease was. They were bad. I truly and I sincerely mean this. I hope that being a mod for the Majority Report was all Autumn Leaves had in their lives. I hope that was the only thing keeping them going. I hope that's the only thing that they had in their lives. And I hope that shit's gone, been taken from them. Because this motherfucker would show up, here to this channel and start, not even debating you. You just straight up just lie and refuse to comment or to exchange, right? Because that weirdo creep ogre boy does the same fucking shit, but at least he'll go back and forth with you. And I stopped interacting with him when they started deleting their comments. So you will look at our interactions and it seems like I'm just talking to myself. And I'm like, no, homie. If you're not going to keep this shit on the record, if you're going to try to fucking, remove some stuff to, hide your embarrassment, I can't interact with you. You got to let that shit sit. You got to let it fucking speak for itself. Because more often than not, I would provide the receipts and then he'd be ashamed. So fuck Ogre Boy for being a fucking coward and trying to hide his fucking L's. Be a fucking hombrecito. You know what I mean? Fucking own that shit. So, and Autumn Leaves wouldn't just come in here and talk shit and then just run away. Like, no, that's not what Sam Cedar said. So fuck them, bro. I hope that's all they had in their lives. With the way that they were so proactively, present there, wouldn't be a long shot. Autumn Lees was hating on Eidos. They've been a mod for 10 years. He was an idiot. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's a good question, Linstack. Why are we saying Eidos instead of black? Was it a specific, Yeah, I need more details. Honestly, look, we'll move forward. We'll discuss this on the Discord a little further. Let's wrap this up, and then I'll jump on the Discord if to get the full cheese afterwards. All right, let's keep going.
Story is
we'll jump on the Discord. We'll do a post live stream Discord conversation to celebrate the banning of Autumn Leaves. And I'm gonna be so fucking furious if once we find out the details, Autumn Leaves was in the right. Because I actually have integrity. And I will, if they were on the right, they were correct. If they got done dirty, unfortunately, we're gonna have to fucking be honest. Unlike them,
that it was a joke. Okay, I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay.
For the most part, the asterisks that white supremacists always use, for the most part. What was Trump? Oh, they're just all a bunch of criminals, rapists, and I suppose some of them are good. They always use that because they're fucking cowards, bro. They're fucking cowards. They can't just own that shit 100%. Because they know there's always, you can't, you got to be careful because you have to leave space for like the good ones. So you don't seem like completely irrational. And those white people that are just flirting with white supremacy, but want to feel like they're good people. They just, they don't like criminals. And that's why we oppose this whole narrative that, what's his name? Was it Lancer? We were just talking about him. Oh shit, Mamdani's homie, best friend, Zionist best friend. Mamdani endorses. Come on. What's his name? It's not Lander. Stop. Yeah, Lander. Lander was like, oh, these aren't criminals. These aren't criminals. They're the good ones. They're the good ones, which is still fucking racist as shit.
Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the
This is why Piers Morgan is fucking garbage shit. You just
most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see?
Yeah, let's get that's the fucking problem. Let's get into the percentages, Piers. That's the fucking problem with that statement. Let's get into that conversation. Is there a percentage, Piers Morgan, that you'd be comfortable with? That shit says more about you than fucking. We know Nick wants them all in prison. He's just using that for literally this moment. He added that for this fucking moment. I didn't say all of them. I said for the most part. And Piers Morgan, what percentage? What percentage are we talking about? Because apparently we might fucking agree. If you're starting to argue fucking percentages, because you might fucking agree.
In prison.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks.
Oh, you see, it's rational all of a sudden. Suddenly, it's just rational. Suddenly, oh, he's talking about murderers that happen to be black. This is why you don't play this fucking game.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west. See what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No.
Now you're arguing these fucking bullshit statistics again. You think this is going to change his fucking mind? You think this is going to change his audience fucking mind? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Actually, it's not 1 in 20. It's 1 in 100. What? How does, bro? Oh my god! Look, this is the black people that apparently love Nick Fuentes. Let's see if it actually pulls it up. There we go.
He's gonna go.
Of course, this is academics on the Fresh and Fit podcast. For those of you that don't know, the white dude right here is Milo, who was apparently a reformed gay man. Once his grift ended because he was on some creepy pedo shit, he blamed it on his gayness. And so now he's been saved from all that, from the life of sin.
Bro, look at Tom Brady, bro. Nobody's safe. Yeah, nobody. I've been telling people that. Nobody's safe.
In the Bible, King Solomon, right, known as the wisest man in the world. You know what he did? Everything under the sun. Women, money, sex, everything. He gave wisdom after that. How can you teach others when you've never been through it like that? You can't. So to your point, is it possible to tell somebody what to do if you're not doing the shit?
Is that whole for Nick Fuentes? That whole for Nick Fuentes? Because he's telling a lot of men how to behave. That little faggot. He is flicking himself off in his jeans in cars. I spoke to his ex-boyfriend's ex-boyfriend 4 days ago.
Wait, what? Nick Fuentes is gay? Hold on, guys.
Please. I'm just saying, does that advice hold for him? Because he's telling a lot of men how to behave.
Look,
getting flipped off in the back.
Let's not mention Nick.
Nick Fuentes is gay?
Guys.
Oh, please.
Guys.
You have not.
Let's not talk about Nick.
I thought it was like a.
Come on, guys.
Out of respect for him, they're friends. Let's leave it.
He's my buddy.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Don't talk about my white supremacist friend. Please. Milo, be a good white supremacist and don't talk about my white supremacist buddy, Nick Fuentes. This is a former FBI agent, by the way. Former FBI agent. Jesus fucking Christ. So fucking pathetic, bro.
No, you're good. You're good. I understand that you guys have your issues.
He brought it up, so I.
Yeah, but let's
Out of respect for you for the show,
please,
I'm sorry.
No, you didn't know. You didn't know. I don't know why Fresh asked that, but
no, I know you're friends. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. All good. I like
you.
Nick,
Shouldn't
I
be
like
friends,
you.
but I know you are.
So you know,
he believes in a nuclear family. Like I might get missed on some words.
Maybe
here.
we'll talk about it.
Okay.
In another context, because they're good friends, and I don't want to.
Yeah, Nick is a good guy, and I know you guys have had your differences.
He's not a good guy, but they have a friendship that I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah.
But gay or straight, we cool with him. Oh, I'm cool with him. Oh, I don't know him. Actually,
I'm not commenting further out of respect for.
They're more. I mean, that pushes the mic away.
Family, like I might.
This
get
is what that pushes
missed
one
on
of
some
the
words.
producers.
Maybe we'll talk about it.
Okay.
In another context, because they're good friends, and I don't want to.
Yeah, Nick is a good guy, and I know you guys have had your
He's not a
differences.
good guy, but they have a friendship that I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah.
But gay or straight, we cool with him. Oh, I'm cool with him. Oh, I don't know him. Actually.
This who pushes the mic away. Because not the white supremacist stuff. Because he might be gay. Where on the other side, academics is like, oh, straight or gay, I'm cool with him. Not worried about the white supremacist stuff. Oh, fuck, bro.
I'm not commenting further out of respect for.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think about you when it comes to sexuality. I'm like, yo, Milo is a real nigga. That's what I think.
Well, I'm on my way, hopefully, to getting a wife and kids one day.
All right.
I've been celibate for 5 years because I didn't want to do the gay stuff anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been celibate for 5 years because I didn't want to do the gay stuff anymore. And of course, academics is just... Fuck. These people are competing to be like the worst fucking people on earth. Competing.
Why? Yeah. Because it was destroying me, and it was coming with all these other things attached to it that were evil and that were killing me. I just didn't want to live like that anymore. Okay. You know?
Wow.
All right.
Wow. This is where we're at, y'all.
Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means
that eventually. So fucking stupid, man. I don't even know how much time.
So you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime
that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said,
oh, on X. All right, cool.
You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York.
I'll be honest with you. I do not have the energy for this. And then, so I'm going to end the stream. We'll do like, I don't know, like 15, 30 minutes on the Discord just to celebrate Autumn Lee's demise. I'll pull that up immediately right now. No. About the statistics? Oh, to John Tudell? No, he can't be sued. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, we'll talk about Autumn Lee's right now. We'll celebrate. We'll pull out the champagne. I appreciate y'all for sticking around. We did 4.5 hours. It was supposed to be a short 3-hour stream, but here we are. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for supporting the channel. Hit the like if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. The Patreon is up and running. That's how you get access to the Discord. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for getting busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. Get in there. Thank y'all so much. I'll see you on the Discord.